Hello, hello. Test.
Testing 1, 2.
Who do you think takes this place?
This one. Ish. And this one. Roll. This is basically a new team, so I don't know. Yeah.
So it's
The
adapt
thing-
+1.
Yeah, adapt +1. So I don't know. It's the first time I'm going to be seeing critical 5 players. Or they want something different, but altitude is also a different vibe,
Isn't
I
this
guess.
so strong?
C5 have no games on so strong.
Yeah.
But yeah. Shmi.
This is much true. Much true.
I wonder. I'm just hoping I see some good stuff. And I'm glad that we're not doing another X-Asterisk one. So welcome everybody to the Inkosi Super Cup Spring Season Week 4. My name is Proxy and I'm of course joined by my co-caster Shaz. How you doing? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm excited to watch some CS.
It's been a while since I've seen you on this side of things, so I'm happy to see
Yeah.
you here.
ESCOM got the better of me, so I'm actually here for once.
Nevertheless, let's talk a little bit about the first game we're going to be going into. The first semi-final for tonight. It is Critical 5 versus Altitude 0. We obviously are going to be seeing them go on the Inferno map, which is a lovely map. We've seen it time and time again. So let's talk a little bit through that. Inferno, what is the crucial point for you? We have Critical 5 starting on the CT side, Altitude 0 starting on the T side. What are you expecting from both teams? What is crucial for them?
I think CT, you don't want to give away that control. Give so much space towards the Ts, and then for the Ts, you kind of want to push and pull, create kind of an awareness, in middle, so that you kind of get the rotates from the CTs, so that by the time you execute into a site that has, one CT or one less CT, should I say, so that you have the advantage.
No, so holding that advantage, keeping that numbers control under guard, and then also I'd say getting that information, that early on information that we've seen has been so critical for most of these teams. Holding that numbers, but also just getting a good indication of, okay, well, they're heading towards B, they're heading towards A, let's rotate it accordingly. And we've seen it time and time again that utility also form a big factor of that.
Yeah, and then also as CTs, just take like reaggressing, getting information so that your CTs can rotate to, the bomb site that the Ts are expecting to, execute on, so that the numbers are favorable towards you.
So now, obviously, Altitude Zero and Critical 5, 2 new teams. So let's look at the leaderboard and see where they're going to be factoring into and how much they have to do to actually get a good word in on this leaderboard. So currently, Asterisk actually leading the charge with 18 points. My goodness gracious! Now they have been super consistent in signing up for Inkosi Super Cup, which is why you can see such a difference in points. Nonetheless, in addition to that, they have been getting a lot of wins, only actually dropping one map. So they're looking good. Fair Gaming close on their tails. We're going to see later in the week what's going to be happening to them with their roster and whatnot. But now we've got Altitude Zero, we've got Critical 5 coming into that spot, getting, hoping to get those points on the board. So, I mean, at least even just 1 point or just one win already tonight is going to put them around that 4th, 5th place, get them up to that points margin. So, especially if we're going to see, either team going through to the final, that's a potential of 2 wins, that's a potential of 6 points.
Exactly. And you kind of want, the top 2 teams go, forward to the Mzansi League. So you kind of want those 2 top spots for the Inkosi Cup.
Absolutely. And before we go into it, let me just remind everyone who's watching at home, the Inkosi Super Cup is a weekly cup with a prize pool of 1,500 every single week. And as we've mentioned, you get points every single week, which ultimately lead off to a promotion relegation match. The top 2 from Inkosi go through to a promotion relegation match against the bottom 2 of the Mzansi Esports League, which is that wonderful, wonderful prize pool of a combined prize pool of 1 million rand. So big money at stake, and it's going to be an interesting one. So that being said, let's get ready to get over into the game and see what's going to be happening. I'm honestly waiting to see what these rosters have in store for us.
Yep, super excited. I mean, 2 new teams could go either way.
And now these rosters, we've seen these names before, Natural, we've seen them in Aladdin, we've seen a bunch of these teams, we're talking about Adapt, we're talking about Aladdin, all of these rosters now doing a little bit of a change. So Altitude Zero, where they have some stats. I mean, we were talking about a win against Clutch Kings. We're talking about actually a loss against one of the teams we've seen quite often, which is Asterisk in the Inkosi Cup. So if they do
close,
go
though,
through to
16-14 loss,
very
so
close,
it wasn't a walkthrough for them.
And definitely it won't be if we're talking about in a BO3 standing. They will have more time to actually take through and actually potentially take it away from Ashes, who are looking also for their final spot as they're currently playing their match against D4. So a lot of questions up in the air, waiting to see what's going to be happening. We've got some beautiful camera work here from our observer.
I mean, I love seeing this sort of windmill. It's great.
It's very relaxing.
Very
super
relaxing.
Peaceful. I love it.
I'm very keen to see how Altitude Zero going to do. The old Adapt team with the addition of Natural. We saw Natural, play for Leiden and just hitting those shots, getting those entries, making that space for Leiden. So very excited to see how he's gelled into a new team and into a new roster, and if he fits, he fits the team. And like I said, don't really know much about Critical 5. Keen to see how they play as a team. So I'm very excited.
So to give you a bit of stats, that you can work with. So Natural, we talked, he was hitting those shots on Aladdin's side. He has a 1.18 impact rating with regards to, Inkosi specifically. And with Shackles following quite closely behind with that 1.13. So the 2 of them in terms of impact rating are your impact players. They're the ones you're going to be wanting to look out for. Whereas on the side of Critical 5, I mean, you've got players here like Deza, Cloudza, Blue, Vaynant, Guafta, all players that, in terms of names in the community, I'm sure they've been around for a while. Anything specifically that you're looking out for this team, for the Critical 5 team?
Like I said, I haven't unfortunately watched a lot of their games, but obviously I've recognized some of the names. So I mean, yeah, I'm super excited. Like I said, I think this could go either way. I think whatever team makes the least mistakes and whatever team can abuse the other team's mistakes will take the win.
Oh my goodness gracious, it's going to be an interesting
Sorry
one.
about
We just see
that.
the teams readying up. But
Just turn my
as you
volume.
mentioned, holding that numbers advantage, holding the control, getting that good information,
Okay.
that's going to be a vital point for anyone who is wanting to start off on the CT side. If you're on the T side, what is your main focus? Where do you want to go? How do you want to hold it? I mean, defaults are standard point of play, but what is that aggression that you're
I think
expecting?
as a T, you need to be able to push and pull the CTs. Inferno is such a hard map because when you execute onto the bomb site, there's such narrow choke points. So if the CTs have great util, it's gonna really mess up your strategy. So I think a lot of baiting out the util. Like I said, pushing and pulling the CTs, and getting the right sound cues in order to execute onto either bomb side A or B, executing onto the right bomb side, I think as well would be
That's going to be a big
your
point of play. And
keys.
it's also a bit of a 50-50 gamble. Do we go A,
Yep.
do we go B? We don't really know where the CT side is going to be stacking it. But nevertheless, we're finally going to be starting to get into this map, this Inferno that we've been talking about so much. And as you mentioned, I mean, this is the first game in terms of Inkosi, even in terms of Nodwin's tournaments in general, that we're going to see from Critical 5. So we don't really have any stats to work with from this context. But I know, in terms of outside of this, they have been playing and they have been working. And the same can be said for Altitude Zero to now see this bit of a roster change, that addition of Natural, who has been so insane in terms of those entries.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see where this is going to be taking them. And with Critical 5 starting off on the CT side, we do see a little bit of utility, Vaynant with that diffuse kit. So they at least have that luxury on their side. Whereas the side of Altitude Zero, they're looking to opt for more of that just block and go sort of style. They got a bit of utility, mostly just armor.
Yeah, I don't agree with this CT buy from Critical 5. I think you should at least have a molly or a grenade, just to you have someone that runs banana, does the jump spot, sees if there's a push. You have the molly to slow them down because banana is such a fast entry into the bomb site. You kind of need something to stop them. A flashbang's not going to stop a Glock train. It's supposed around. You're just going to hold W and you go into the site.
And we're going to be seeing just that. As finally the round started, we're here, Shaz. It's finally starting. And now Altitude Zero looking to take a little bit of a default here. We've got some control towards apps actually happening quite quickly. And Guafta just running away. He has been there to hear the sound cues, but Altitude Zero potentially just starting off and stopping specifically at the right time. So Gofta a little bit still none the wiser. You can see they're just falling back. The numbers have been returned to A side. So there's 3 on this A side waiting for this push here from Altitude Zero, which is where they should have heard the sound cues. But instead, it's going to be a B tech. We've got 3 players heading towards that B banana, trying to take that control, trying to find out exactly where Critical 5 is holding. They're not making any short noise of it. I mean, they're making it very obvious where they're wanting to go. And we can see that from Critical 5. Rotations going around, wanting to stack this B-bomb side. Time is still, I mean, we're down to 41 minutes left of this round, and not yet a single player has been dropped. So with this trigger, waiting to see Altitude Zero taking this B-bomb side, the first round of the semi-final. How they're going to take it, how they're going to push this. Utility going out, there's those smokes. As we mentioned, Critical 5, they don't really have any aggressive utility here. They only have a flashbang. A diffuse kit for later on, but they still have to stop this push here from Altitude Zero. Oh, Clouds behind from Family with the addition there from Blue, just tapping away there onto Altitude Zero, and now it's left all onto Arkham with 6 HP. He can't deal, man. Clouds finishing off with a 4K.
Yeah, well, I mean, Critical 5 don't need mollies if they're just going to hit shots like that. I mean, yeah, Clouds are just going to use that round, just getting those cheeky little one taps with the USP.
And Altitude Zero really couldn't do anything about it. They took way too long to trade him out, and
Yeah.
he ultimately stayed alive the whole round. Got a lot of money in the bank now, as you can see these SMGs getting bought up. A bunch of MP9s and a farmhouse ready to take down Altitude Zero once again. And now they're going to be relegated to pistols. Only Glocks that they can really work with this round. And oh, those nades. How can I don't know how, but only took a couple points of damage then. And now Altitude Zero trying to take a little bit of mid control here, trying to do something with these Glocks, but ultimately this should be a critical 5 round if we're looking at the firepower purely. I mean, you can barely even see that little firepower line there for Altitude Zero as they're just making their way through apps. I mean, this is a difficult point here. If you're trying to kill someone with a Glock, they've got armor, they've got SMGs, and they've got a whole team with the exact same sort of lineup.
Yep. I mean, the SMGs just punish you without any armor.
Ooh, we have a couple of blind kills there. But never mind that, Critical 5 are still going to come out on top there with the trade from Vainant. And now, Altitude Zero, you've got Glocks and you've got Critical 5 just taking headshot after headshot, spraying down those unarmored opponents. So a nice round there for Critical 5. Obviously, this is expected with that first initial, pistol win. But now what are we waiting for to see from Altitude Zero?
Personally, I didn't agree with what Altitude Zero did there. If you Glock, you just 5-man rush together. There's no point of splitting up. The chances of you getting a kill with a Glock versus an SMG by yourself, it's very unlikely. You have no armor. You're already at a disadvantage. So rather just group up as 5 and just hit. One flash and just 5-man rush somewhere. There's no point of splitting up.
No, I agree with that. So now they're going to be actually on the buy round. So they've got the 8Ks, whereas Critical 5 still have those SMGs. They haven't opted to obviously do the upgrade because this is potentially where they get that little extra bit of money. But we might see it actually to their detriment at this point. Already a lot of utility being used in just getting this bit of B control here from Altitude Zero. That defensive utility from Critical 5 not doing the work that I think they would want, because Altitude Zero have some good control. They have Banana, they have this apps position. They just are looking for that entry. They need to get onto the side, get this bomb down, and
they need to take that mid bracket, cause some rotations off B.
I'll see if they can do just that. Oh, Shackle's just looking for blue around the corner there. The flash is there, but oh, he's ready for it. Takes him down in a quite quick fashion there, but Critical 5 can't really afford this rotate. If they do, Altitude Zero can abuse this B bomb site. They can punish them for the quick rotate. So, I mean, there's Team Flash. Oh, just waiting for it. And at this point, Critical 5 just seem to be falling apart bit by bit. Altitude Zero are taking their sweet time as we have 30 seconds left on the clock. But they are making sure that they're not getting caught off guard by these SMGs here from Critical 5. This is an important round for them, and they want to make sure they take it. They've invested into this. They need to get it. 20 seconds left on the clock, and now time is starting to dwindle. Deza still on site here, wasting quite a bit of time, waiting for his teammates to rotate around. The bomb has been spotted on this B-bomb site, and now it is a 2v4, or 2v5, sorry, Void Clip. I barely didn't even see Void Clip because he's only left with 1 HP. Never mind that. Critical 5. I mean, you've got SMGs this round. In terms of the money that you're going to be receiving the next round, is it worth it? Do you save?
I mean, I think Gupta should just save his FAMAS. Maybe Vainant just try get an XZ kill, try get an AK maybe. This was a bonus round for Critical 5. Keeping those SMGs. They should be able to buy next round. So let's see what happens. Yeah, you see, opting to save that FAMAS. Rather than waste it, it is a rifle. And then the rest of the team should be able to buy next round.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we should be able to see this round. So now, I mean, that's some good pacing there from Altitude Zero. No, they took that very, very slow because they didn't want to get caught off guard by the players here from Critical 5, as they, similar to what that happened to them in the first round there by Cloudzer. So good little bit of pacing there. They took it down to the wire for my liking, but they made it work. So that's a good bit of a slow play just to get them into the site and make sure that they don't drop any unnecessary guns. As we said, I mean, Void Clip, I barely didn't even see him because he only had 1 HP. So definitely potentially could have lost a rifle there, which would have not been optimal. And now, oh, Betten, you are down to 40 HP there. What do you always say? Fire burns, man.
Fire burns, man.
And he's just running through it, but never mind. They've managed to get that banana control, but now they have to get the site. Cloudzer, And there's on site waiting to defend it. Oh, you can see he's boosted up at I don't know how we are just missing heads at this point. White Clip, you are very close to danger, my friend. You might be running into crosshairs, and Dez is actually going to be the first one to take it. So they still have not yet spotted Cloudser in this position.
Yeah, good
That's
little,
a good bit of cover there.
crossfire setup that the CT's got going on the B. I don't think they know where that second guy is. They only spotted the first.
So they won't really have information on that, but they don't really care because they're wanting to take this A site. Guafta through the smoke is in a bit of trouble here, down to 19 HP, but somehow still manages to escape it. So it's still a 5-on-4 here in favor of Critical 5, technically, if we don't look at the HP at the moment. But Altitude 0, 30 seconds left on the clock. They have yet to find an entryway into this B bomb site. And as you mentioned, they don't know where Cloudser is just yet. They've only spotted one player, so they're going to be using this utility, and that's going to be the last trigger. Critical 5, when they see this, they should know that this is Altitude 0's last point of contact. They have to take this B bomb site, and they've got 18 seconds left to do it. Arkan going to be the first to try and find this entry, looking and hunting for Cloudser. Manages to connect a couple of shots, but somehow Cloudser with the headshot takes him down, and now we're down to 8 seconds. We're down to a 1v5 once again, and Shackles, you can't do this, man. You need to save that gun.
Yeah. I feel, teams don't fall for the one smoke up middle. No one's going to rotate off B. You need to sell it harder, flash and maybe just show bodies, maybe like in one side, just so that you can get that CT rotation. I mean, the CTs just stayed put. I mean, no one moved, so they just kind of went into bomb sites with a stack of CTs. There was no, push and pull from the Ts that round.
Yeah, no sort of like taking away their focus from anything. They knew exactly where they were heading, and they held their ground. And even though there wasn't any rotations, there was enough players on the bomb sites to deter them, as you mentioned. So now you can see there's a bit more pace here from Altitude 0, a lot more utility being used, and Deza starting us off taking down Void Clips already. The numbers is there for Critical 5. They still have all of their control, and Altitude 0 now looking a little bit perturbed, trying to get the bit of mid control, trying to get, once again, that entry into sight. I mean, I praise them for their slow pace, but now it seems to be catching up with them. Now, you would expect a little bit of a faster play. Yeah,
you need to do something fast. You need to change up the tempo. If the slow's not working for you, you need to try change it up. Throw a curveball to the CTs.
And I mean, so far, Critical 5, they have all the time. They've got all the utility to use time and time again. And at this point, the economy is not the best. They haven't really been padding bank accounts, but they've been winning the rounds. And if they win this one, this might be the start of the CTs building up a strong economy. So, very important round here for both sides. Altitude 0 making the push here. Going to take down Vaynant. That's an opening. They still have to find 2 more, and now it seems like they're just using their utility and taking this slowly. Once again, 30 seconds left on the clock, and now they're only starting their site take. They're only starting to try and enter the site at 30 seconds once again, and seeming to go for this Archer's take, they have to deal with Guafta. He's going to be looking at the wrong place at the wrong time, but he should hear those sound cues. So information going to be recalled to his teammates. Rotation should be considered here, but oh, look at this. Taking his time, takes down the bomb planter, looks for the second, can't connect it. And there with blue going down, oh, they've done what they needed to do though. Look at the time.
Oh no.
My goodness gracious. So break it down for me there. What is happening? Why is Altitude 0 not getting?
They're just taking too much time. You either need to get banana really quick or just give the CTs banana and try get control somewhere else. They're wasting too much time, because the CTs are fighting for bananas, so they're taking so long to get the banana control. Then they're coming back to middle, which is taking a while as well. So you need to just decide. You need to be quicker. And just maybe get one up. You're not winning it.
Ooh. And I was starting to see that they were doing just that. They have such good pace here towards Banana. They take a trade, but on both sides. Managed to take down Guafta there with that initial AWP take. And just need to be careful because Diz is trying his same old tricks once again. Baynuts is here to back him up, but already, they've lost the player. They had such good control, and now they need to take the site. They need to get into this. They need to get into the bomb site and plant the bomb. There's with the one taps. Vaynant left now to defend the bomb site, manages to drop the bomb once again, but this time around Altitude Zero have quite a bit of time to try and recover this. Natural boosted up, tries to take down Vaynant, but it's not quick enough. He's not quick enough, and Voidy left alone manages to take down 2, and now it's a 1v1 situation. Vaynant on 13 HP. But Voidclip has no idea where exactly he is. He's hunting for it. He's looking, opening up all the corners, trying to figure out where exactly has Vaynant went.
Yeah,
But he's down to 13 HP.
And he's got
2 kills.
He's got some time.
And lots of it. it's
so much
just like watching a stare down.
So much patience.
From both of them at this point. And
Vaynant. I saw what Voidclip
gracious.
wanted to do there. He wanted to clear out that CT, angle towards the left by backstage, and then possibly go plant the bomb. But timing not on his side. As he looks to his left, he gets potted in the head by Vaynant.
I mean, you see, this is what we wanted from them. We wanted them to take that aggression. But they did it on a round there. They didn't have that superior firepower. So they did it with SMGs and pistols.
Yeah,
not enough utility.
Yeah, you don't have util for Banana. Banana, you kind of need to have someone that's going to smoke that molly. You need a flash to push the CTs back. It kind of needs to be coordinated. Running Banana with no util and just pistol, it takes 2 grenades from the CTs and half your players on half HP, and 1 molly to stop a B rush. So yeah, I think just needs to plan it more, your ecos. Just because your eco doesn't mean you must just, W somewhere. It still needs to be, like a set strat on an eco, what the plan is when you are saving.
Yeah. Where we're going to go, what are we going to be checking, coordinated strike onto the site. Otherwise, it's just like throwing a round away.
Yeah.
They're basically saying, take this from us. We're all over the show. But they did well to take the kills that they did. I mean, Voidclip especially somehow managing to take down 2 in that 1v3 situation. But it's too many corners to clear and angles to hold.
I mean, for what they had that round, they did bring it back to, a 1v1 situation, where it should have been all favor Critical 5. I think Critical 5 played too aggressive there, CTs, instead of just waiting for their teammates and retaking it together. They had all the util, they had the gunpowder, but, they opted to peek 1 by 1, and that's why it came down to a 1v1.
So now it's a bit of a flip here. So Altitude Zero, they've got Deagles, they've got Tech 9s, they've got a bit of utility, but they're once again relegated to pistols in a situation where they're going against a quasi-buy here from Critical 5. So, I mean, you've got AKs, you've got M4s, you've got UMPs, we've got Deagles all on the side of Critical 5, but a lot of utility. And in terms of economy, both sides looking to get an advantage here. Oh, Shackles there with the Deagle. Takes down Guaf, and Blue, the only player with the Deagle on Critical 5 side, gets taken down. Good trade here from Vaynant. He still has to deal with this mirage of what should be Altitude Zero players. They've gotten an opening into this A-bomb side. We can see the bomb rotating around, players rotating around to try and take this. But they need to be careful. You can already see Critical 5 wanting to take back this control. Deza here trying to back up his teammates. Ooh, nice little opening frag there onto Voidclip. But with the guns recovered, now Altitude need to take the site. 40 seconds left. And they managed to take down Vaynant finally, but he's wasted quite a bit of time here. So rotations, I mean, I was expecting rotations to happen a little bit sooner, but Critical 5 are here, and that nade, look at that. Arkin bitten down to so low HP. It's only Shackles here with 100 HP. He's got the AK though, to potentially help this round here for Altitude Zero. Now, Deza and Cloudza, you need to retake this with UMPs and M4s. It's a bit of a difficult situation.
I mean, they are low, though. 2 of them are low.
It is possible, and now that money might just force them out into the open. Oh! I thought that was Shackle that took down both, but he finishes it off with a 3K and a bit of assistance there from Bitten. So good second round tick. Good
little eco there by Altitude Zero. Getting the picks, getting the pick apps. Shackles getting that Deagle headshot. Nice little openings. I feel like they should be doing that more with guns. They play too scared when they have guns. They play too passive. Play more aggressive with your guns. You're hitting the shots with Deagles, so do it with the AKs.
I agree. As you've mentioned, I mean, if you're going to be taking that pace, then, you know, have a bit of structure, have a bit of firepower in your advantage, in your corner. Look at this little stack here from Critical 5.
They're
Every
doing the
single
Charlotte's
player.
wall. That's the Charlotte's wall.
It's a scary wall, I must admit, but it's only a scary wall if Altitude Zero decide to go B, which at this point they're not really thinking about it. They want to take this A site.
See,
and
this is now where Altitude Zero should, you know, run and the guy with the SMG should just run and get the information onto a site, you know, so they don't run into that potential stack. But you know, the lotto chance working in their favor, going towards this A site to an empty bomb site. Yeah.
But look at this. We're down to 1 minute. A bomb has still not yet been recovered for this A site take. They still don't have information on who or what is or is not on the A bomb site. So they don't know that it's an empty site. They're only thinking about recovering the bomb now.
And they're going towards a stack. Going
Oh
towards
no.
the B.
Altitude Zero, it looks like the lotto was in your favor, but you don't have information.
Man with the SMG should have just ran into B and just spotted something, you know, do something. You know, if you read the economy right.
Oh my goodness gracious, we're back and we're just seeing all the kills here from Void Clip. I mean,
that's
a good little bit of an ace there.
Yeah, that's a problem with the Charlotte Small, you know, one flashbang and it's over for 5 people. Because you're looking towards banana. So
it's a bit of a tough one. You know, it's definitely not where you want to be. As you mentioned, I mean, 1 nade, 1 flash, just one little bit of utility. But I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see if that's gonna bite Altitude Zero in the back there. Because they didn't get the information on the A site there. They ran into a stack there, and I mean, granted, as you said, it was pistols. But what if it was a different setup? What if they had rifles and they were just choosing to stack B instead? Yeah. So it's interesting that we didn't get that little information there from Altitude Zero, but we'll see if that bites them in the behind, or if it's just a matter of CS:GO timing at its finest. But now, once again, Critical 5 down to pistols. This time around, they have some deagles, so it's a bit of an upgrade there. They have that one shot, that one deag potential, but they're gonna have to hit the shots if they want any chance of winning the 6th round. It should be on paper. This should be a round for Altitude Zero. We'll just wait and see if those one deags can connect. Taking a bit of aggression here. Vaynats is gonna get information, gonna fall back to site. That 3-man stack on this A site might be what deters Altitude Zero. If they can hit the shots, Blue will not be able to, though. He goes down, and now it's just a bit of a wrap here onto the A side. Ooh, Natural just running through the smoke there. Managing actually to take down 2. No shots really connecting for Critical 5. And now it is Deza and Clouds in a 2v5. They have to retake this or try and get an exit kill, really. Get a gun, save a bit of money here.
Yep.
And Clouds really actually has full armor.
Yeah, I think he should just save that deagle, save the full armor. You know, your buy is next round. You know, you've double saved now. Or you've saved and half saved.
Oh! I don't know how.
Oh no.
I don't know how, but Clouds were just hiding behind the pillar. They void
teaser, just like, hey,
we want that back. Wow, okay. Just kudos to Cloudzo for being that sneaky, managing to get behind the pillar and just catch Voidy off guard there. Void Clip, sorry. But my goodness gracious, now you need to start thinking it is their buy round. You know, they've been playing around for a little bit. They haven't really gotten much from their save rounds, but we've seen how they can be so good with the defensive. The aim is definitely there for Critical 5, but it looks like Altitude Zero are starting to catch wind of, you know, their ploys and how they're wanting to set it up.
Yeah, I think Critical 5, just as CTs, you know, not re-aggressing, just giving, you know, playing too passive as well from a CT point of view, you know. The B guys aren't, you know, doing a coffin flash, getting that information banana, so that they can leave 1 banana and stack 4 towards, you know, that A bomb site. Just playing too passive. Both teams playing too passive.
So now Guafsa, he's managed to get that kill onto Void Clip. He's got that initial numbers advantage. But they immediately fall back. They don't try and hold it, which, I mean, you know, it's great because you hold that numbers advantage, but that information is going to be let go. So still they stack 2 players towards that B bomb side, which we've seen, you know, this 1-4 setup from teams come out time and time again.
Yep.
And they don't seem to really, you know, use and abuse that.
Yeah, they play.
Instead, it's still a 2.
Yeah, they play
Yeah.
very defaulted. You know, the 3-2 standard CT hold on Inferno.
Which might work, if your opponent keeps doing the same thing, but we'll see if this changes later on. At this point, Altitude Zero wanting to take this A side, utility going through. A lot of utility actually, and Blue's going to be the first to spot. To spot all these players here from Altitude Zero, but he's got some good backup. Vaynant and Blue take down the entire team there from Altitude Zero. With that initial kill there from Gofta, Altitude really just didn't have any chance of responding.
Yeah, you know, also when they're executing, they're not baiting out the CT's util. So, you know, they're just running in, and you know, the CT's had a full stack of mollies and flashes and smokes, you know, to help them you know, for that execute. I just feel like they're not doing enough work, you know, trying to bait out the util and taking control and, you know, going dark and then deciding, okay, cool, let's hit here. You know, giving so much information towards the CTs that they're just throwing down their util and it's stopping their executes completely.
Ooh, nice little shot there from Voidglove.
That's what happens.
So now we've got a bit of a turnaround here. Altitude Zero, they're the ones who take the initial numbers advantage. Gofta getting shut down immediately, basically, with that little one tap. So Altitude Zero, they have the advantage. They need to use this. They need to punish Critical 5 a little bit more here. They've managed to take down that kill, but they need to still open up the site. And once again, you see them immediately they just hold. They have that kill, but they're still waiting for a bit more information on where exactly Critical is.
They just give time for the CTs to rotate. Playing way too slow, way too slow. You know, if they got that pick middle, they should have just rushed up middle. You know, get that rotate off B and then rush B or something, you know. Just playing too slow with the information that they get.
No, I'm a little confused. I mean, they've thrown utility on both sides here, seeming to opt for the A side because they've had the least resistance, but they also have the least information at this point. There's Critical 5, they have information that someone was towards B. They have information that this player is towards A, but Altitude Zero on the other side, they're going to be going into this blind completely. You've got Cloudsy and Archers who's going to get some good information here. He might be able to actually get a kill if he's not careful because there's AKs tapping away. Counting those gunshots though, the teammates of Critical 5 should be ready and waiting for this 8 take, and we can see this, the guns and the kills are just flying in favor of Critical 5. And Altitude Zero once again not able to respond because they have no idea where Critical 5 is sitting.
You know, but that's again, they ran into the stack. You know, if they utilize their picks correctly, that round could have gone their way. You know, getting that pick middle, they should have put so much aggression towards the middle that B has a rotate towards A. Then after you've pulled numbers towards A, you hit a straight B. You know, you have the numbers. You need to do that push and pull. They're playing so passive. They get a pick and they just hold. It just gives CTs enough time to set up, which is what happened there.
To set up, to respond, to just throw utility in the way of Altitude Zero. I mean, as you've mentioned, Critical 5 just have way too much time to think about how they want to respond at this point. Altitude Zero is not giving them enough pressure, really. Yeah. You know, not forcing them into a situation where they can make a mistake because they just have way too much time to critically, and that's not a pun, but it is what is happening. So they can critically think about what is happening and how they need to respond to it. And now at this point, Altitude Zero, they've got the pistols, they've got the deagles. And I mean, I love to see a good deco upset, but if they keep playing this point in the same way, I don't think it will happen. We need to be a bit more aggressive. We need to take it together. As we mentioned time and time again, you've got the pistols, so keep the numbers, keep it in your favor, and just take it. Good bit of utility coming out here from Critical 5, just making it so difficult for Altitude to actually just get a word in edgewise, really. They can't really find a crack in Critical's defense because they can barely spot the players. So now 3 players towards Archers here trying to overwhelm Gofta. Arkan is actually going to manage to sneak past here. So whereas Shackles does go down, he might get shot in the back there, but his teammates are just doing all the work at this point. Oh, and we're not connecting shots. Okay. We can't hit the easy shots, but we hit the Quandeeks.
Oh, but Blue still being in that pit, just causing havoc. Now he's just wasting time. There we go, here comes Deezer. His rotation of teammates come. Now, just get sandwiched. No. Just very well
Yeah,
played by Critical Five. You know, using their util properly. You know, waiting for their teammates. Just you know, like you said, altitude zero. Just not doing enough. Their T side, you know, not pulling the rotations. You know, not. I think adapting to the situation. You know, they haven't changed their default setup in the past 5 rounds. So you know, Critical Five, they're not pressured, so they just go back to their normal standard default because it's working. You know, why change? It's working. And
I mean, we're seeing a good bit of individual performance from Altitude Zero, but as a team, they're not putting enough pressure on Critical
yeah,
Five when they take that site. They're not forcing the players,
yeah,
out into the open, using their utility correctly to, even achieve this. And now you can see this. Gwafta, he has
yeah,
all the confidence in the world right now. He takes down Natural, gets a good bit of information there on where exactly Altitude Zero are heading. He saw 3 plays there towards second mid. They've got the information, and you can see this. Now they're just holding passive. They're just waiting for
yeah.
Altitude Zero to pick into their crosshairs. Ooh. Just nades at the feet there of Shackles and Arkin, so bit by bit HP is dropping for Altitude Zero. Still looking to actually get that trade, still looking to get into the site. But a bit of control here in terms of middle, but A site is still pretty much untouched at this point. And now Flash is going through. That's going to force Gwafta off the angle. So that gives them a little bit of space here. That gives them the opportunity to go into archers. But with that smoke there, with his teammate rotating around, whether or not they'll actually get into the site is still up for debates. Oh, spots out Gwafta there, puts him down to 2 HP. Shackles has to hunt for this kill.
Oh.
Always going to give Gwafta enough time to return it, to return the
But now the
favor,
information's
basically.
there. Information's there. Look, taking way too slow. Walking onto B. There's 4 CTs heading towards B. Just too slow. Just
I don't think you can really, call it anything else other than Altitude Zero, not responding quick enough to what is happening. I mean, they have a bit of, information. They have a bit of an opening toward the A site, but then they don't take B nearly quick enough. So, I mean,
yeah.
Voidclip, he's going to be able to take down Gwafta, but it's not enough.
Exactly, you know, your lurker has died in CT spawn. It's been called. You need to hit that B. You need to make pressure towards the players that are on towards B so that you get that bomb site. So there's no time for CT rotators to rotate towards B. I mean, you walk in B, the information's already been given. You can't walk. They know you're coming. You either need to hit A then or something. It's just too slow. Just way too slow.
Oh, and now look at this bar. They've got 2 AKs, they've got a couple of SMGs, and I mean, the pace is good, but they obviously are on the back foot with regards to firepower. So, Critical 5. Oh, so much damage dealt at this point, but Clouds are just on site with the backup there of Blue. They're just going through the smoke, spraying it through the smoke and just taking them down one by one. And Altitude Zero, once again, they can't respond. There's way too many angles to deal with.
Yeah, I think they're as well just running into, the play on B spray. They're not being blind, not using, you need some flashes on a save. You need some util to, just give you a bit of that advantage. And, they're just running into fully seeing CTs and they're just spraying them down. So
I think the word we're looking for is they're hesitant with regards to their aggression. They're not pushing quick enough. They're not taking, the same sort of response that you would take, usually. I mean, these are all players that know the game. They have the experience. They just need to play it out at this point. And look at that, Bitten completely left alone. There's no point, in actually trying to get a trade there because you're behind the wall. You didn't even see your teammate go down. Voidclip once again. No trades happening, and Clouds are just tapping away there.
so low
Ends
though.
off with 2. Takes Arkin down to 8 HP, and we're just peeking one by one at this point. Altitude Zero leaving Shackles in a 1v4 situation here for the last round of this half. Critical 5 looking to take this as an 11-4 half, which would be a massive advantage here. Swapping sides, making it extremely difficult for Altitude Zero to get back into this. And now, I mean, this is tough for Shackles, peeking into the upper there.
Critical 5 just playing the better CS right there. The previous round, they did a full B rush. They didn't get any information, Banana, and they nearly lost their B players, right? they just blue went very huge that round. So the next round comes and they fight for that banana control. And they get the information and they use it accordingly, you know. They got the coffin flash, you have Bitten, you know, peeking out, gets the kill on banana and falls out. You know, they're just adapting better than Altitude Zero are. You know, not letting it happen again. So they take control of it, the situation. Where Altitude Zero just not doing that, unfortunately.
Whether they're not responding quick enough or whether Critical 5 are just playing the better CS, either way. Oh, look at this. Clouds are just tapping away. Tap, tap, tap. Takes down 2. Opens up that B bomb site. There's only one player to respond. That's Arkan. He has to hit all the one taps clean and crisp, but it's way too much to expect of him because there's just 5 players from Critical 5 just all around the B bomb site trying to get the kill for themselves. So now Gofta here, gonna be first to take down Shackles. I mean, look at this. It's hesitant. That's the only way that I can explain this.
Yep.
Shackles going, you know, by himself, leaving Void Clip. You know, there's not an ounce of trades that they can really take.
Yeah, but then
They're
again,
not in a
you guys,
position.
like I said to you, util's so important. I mean, look at that one flashbang, 2 CTs is blind banana. I mean, blind opponents are easy opponents. I mean, if they can't see you, it's such an easy kill for you. And both TTs being completely blind on that banana. You know, it just takes the right util. You know, that one flash that just hits, you know, both CTs and the round is theirs. That B hits is so easy for them because they're running into blind counter-terrorists. So I think,
and that's
just like I think their util needs to be hitting properly. Altitude Zero.
Yeah, utility shots, all of the things at this point. Altitude Zero definitely need to just step it up if they want to take this back. Critical 5 looking to take their 13th round, and Altitude Zero, this is a tall order if ever I've seen one. They've got 5 Deagles going up against you know, the buy here from Critical 5. They've got pretty much everything that they could really buy at this point. They've got Galils, they've got SMGs. Oh, a nice little shot there from Natural, but look at the response. Critical, for 1 kill from Altitude Zero, they take 3 of their own. And now Arkan and Bitten left in a 2v4 with only Deagles, with no sort of information as they're completely smoked off. And actually on the response here, Critical 5 trying to take the aggression here. I mean, Vaynant, he just wants to get the kills, man.
Giving them money. Yeah, you know, Critical 5 just, you know, playing the better CS, you know, reading the economy of Altitude Zero, knowing they're on pistols. So they just up the tempo. They don't even give them a chance. They don't even do a default. They're just 5-man rush SMGs, you know, just giving them no air to breathe, basically. They're just going at it.
They're going at it. They're running with it. They're taking kills left, right, and center. And now they're looking to take their 14th. Altitude Zero only have USPs this round to stop a fully bought, well, almost fully bought Critical 5 team. And they're sticking with this sort of 2-3 setup here at this point. You've got 2 players on the B bomb side trying to just stop the barrage of Critical 5 members. But as I've mentioned, I mean, you literally just have to hit a headshot, and with the armor here for the side of Critical 5, it's not possible.
Yep.
There's way too much to deal with. And now Vaynant once again, just tapping away.
Oh!
Okay. Whoa.
Okay, that's
all
right. Just, you know, Critical 5 just playing like absolutely great CS, right? You know, just reading the situation right. Even that round, you know, hitting that banana, but sending the guy with the MAC-10 first, getting the information, and then your rifles following him up. They're just mechanically playing correct CS, you know, finding the little gaps and abusing the little gaps where, you know, Altitude Zero just playing too slow, you know, when they get picks and not reading the economy right, I think.
Oh, goodness gracious. Now, this is a bit of a tough one. Finally, Altitude Zero, they've been able to buy up. Ooh, Guafta, how are you alive? 5 HP left. But he manages to get out of that. So, Critical 5 still have all of their members. You know, just slightly injured, but all of their members nonetheless. Altitude Zero now looking to finally put an end to the momentum here from Critical 5. They've got a bit of banana control here. They're looking to just try and take away this match point here from Altitude Zero. So a good bit of information there from Arkan. He's going to spot out a couple of players. But now, look at this response here from Altitude Zero. No one's moving. No one's even thinking about rotating to B. It might not be a bad idea though, because we do see Critical 5 instead looking to take back A. But they have not yet fully invested into a site just yet. His bomb has still not yet been recovered. Now some control is being taken back here from Altitude Zero, so they finally take down Cloudzer, but they don't know where the rest of the players are. They don't know where the bomb is. They don't know what Critical 5's plan is. So still, they need to play this carefully, because one false move, and that could be match point for Critical 5. I feel like I've seen like triple fakes at this point. Critical 5 we're gonna go B. Nah, then we're gonna go A. Nah, then we're gonna go B. Now we're back to B. Now we've got 4 players here from Critical 5. They have 20 seconds left on the clock. They need to take down Ark, and they need to get this bomb down. Are we going to be seeing a bit of a spray through the smoke here? Definitely takes down 2. Bit of a team damage there. Oh, but now look at this. 2v5, Altitude Zero. You can thank Arkin later. He's just taken down 3 players. He has made this definitely winnable. Bomb is going to be going down. But it's a 5-on-3 retake. Make that a 5-on-1 retake. Blue is the only member left alive for Critical 5. And, the spray doesn't connect. I mean, even if it did at this point, I mean, you've got 3 other players you need to kill immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I think, who was it that got that 2K? Was it Vaynant, right? You got that 2K through the smoke
3K.
there.
You got the 2K through the smoke. You got the initial kill there. You're sitting on 3.
Or whoever the CT was that got, whoever got that CT who got that double spray through the smoke, I think saved the round for the CTs. I don't think they would have, I don't think they would have won the round if he didn't get the 2K through the smoke. Just with the rotations from the CTs, just not, regressing and getting information and still having 4 towards A when there's, 20 seconds left of the round is,
It's all really that they wrote that round, because Critical 5 didn't have enough time to think about an alternative plan there. And got a bit of trades here. So either way, both teams are going to be losing a player. Bit of defense dropped on the Altitude Zero side. They're going to be falling back, trying to just hold this passively. And now the response from Critical 5 is, let's take a little bit of banana control. Let's just get a bit of map control, get a bit of information, and open up an option here for us.
Yep.
You do see that Altitude Zero are really quick on the rotations. They're expecting this A take. We have 1 player dropped in terms of that second mid take. Utility coming through. But now they seem to be a little bit questionable. Are we going A? Are we going B? We don't know yet. Critical 5 using all the utility that they can to sort of create a push and pull effect here, but Altitude Zero are hesitant once again. They don't know if it's a B or an A, so still sticking to this 2v2 take. Critical 5 on the other side are going to be edging towards what it looks like an A take here. Bomb finally grouping up with the rest of them, looking to take it. Flash going to be coming through from his teammate. Vaynant is going to be the first to take this entry. Needs to find Natural and Void Clip if they want to take this A site. With that return there, rotations coming through, utility being used, and look at this. 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to go through the smoke. That's going to give Void Clip the chance to just one-tap it away. He takes down 2. Good response there from Guaf, but look at this, bitten through the smoke. My goodness. I didn't even think that there was a flash used in that point. He just ran through it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were so focused on the teammate ditch that they didn't even think about looking at the smoke. But also, Critical 5 just maybe util there that round. They came through that smoke by N2, and the flash didn't hit anyone towards A. Not even the guy Pitt. So the guy Pitt literally had free reign. If you just flash properly, then you flash that guy off, you have the sight, and you can worry about him later. But, just sees he's having a free reign through the smoke, So, yeah, util missing
Tapping
again.
away. Yeah. Getting kills and just finishing off the round in style. Altitude Zero now trying to get a couple of rounds back. They're on to 6. They still have quite a few to take, though. But this might help because Critical 5 is onto the deco. They've got Eagles. They're looking to take a bonus round, basically, what would be their match point away from Altitude Zero. And without any sort of utility, Guaf is going to be going down. Natural just holding and posting that angle. So, bit of a free kill, really.
Yep.
And now, there's no real sponsor from Critical 5 because we need to find out where these players are. The flash is going to go through. Arkin's going to connect the spray there. And Critical 5 are just so split up at this point. Utility doing its job and making it so difficult for Critical 5 to get their trades. And now look at this. Altitude Zero, they have a bit of control here. They've taken a bit of aggression away. And waiting on for this take, they can just spray it down. Oh, but somehow Blue gets 2. He is left in a 1v3 situation, but he
That's
might
insane.
be able to get the bomb. Oh, I don't know how he hit the shots, but he did. The deals, man. I tell you, I love to see it.
Yep.
Altitude Zero have rotated around through Banana, though, so I don't see this a winnable situation for Blue. If he does, it will be insane. Oh, but the smoke just faded a second too soon.
Yeah,
Not enough cover
I
there.
give Altitude Zero props for that round. They played Banana very well. You know, doing that Fnatic retake B Inferno where they smoke the half wall and then they throw the molly towards that barrels area. And basically that's why Critical 5 was split up the way they were. So you had someone that was close towards breach and then his 2 teammates got stuck behind the smoke and the molly. So that was very well played by Altitude Zero, you know, just doing the right retake setup as a CT, you know, once you've lost Banana. So good flashes, good util, and winning that Banana. So very well played to Altitude Zero there.
It's quite a different CT side that we're seeing coming out of Altitude Zero here. They seem, you know, not hesitant at all, really. They're the ones actually playing the proactive game here. They're changing it up. They're forcing Critical 5 to play into their game. Granted, you know, they've been on a bit of a save round in the last little bit, but now it's the buy round. Now this is, you know, rifles against rifles, AWPs against AWPs. We need to now continue seeing this. Altitude Zero, they need to continue taking that aggression, and you don't want to be giving Guaf that kill, natural going down. That's that AWP against AWP fight that we were waiting for, and it ends so quickly into this round. I mean, 10 seconds and there, your AWP is down. It's not really going to be able to be recovered at this point because Critical 5 are going to be taking that mid control, completely smoking off Shackles here, and he doesn't actually see any of the players. Oh, CSGO timing at his best. He manages to take down Guaf. But Critical 5 have a bit of an opportunity here. They take down Void Clip, and now it's only Shackles to deal with. Oh, Vayner just swinging left, right, and center. Opens up the sights, and oh, I don't know. This doesn't seem winnable here if I'm Altitude Zero. It's a 2-on-4.
Yeah, I would say those 2 rifles. Buy up next round. You know, you have your players that can buy. Void Clip might have to just buy for mass with a bit of util, but, you know, rather save those guns and invest. You know, you don't have rounds to play with, unfortunately, Altitude Zero.
They definitely want to be able to save these guns because, you know, then Bitten can look at actually dropping Void Clip instead.
This is the 15th round, though, for Critical 5, so, you know,
yeah,
this is a do or
it's
die
not a round you want to
so
save.
you make it going to OT, you're going to have to buy. You're going to have to play for that OT. Unfortunately, that's your best option right now.
Oh, goodness gracious, this is a bit of a tough one. Oh. And now Bitten actually taking down Reynard. I mean, he looked a little bit confused, didn't know where he was getting shot from. So Critical 5, they have their match point. Looking at the money, Altitude Zero are just going to barely be able to buy up into this round. But oh, this is a tough one. This is
a very
your
tough
last ditch effort, basically. They need to make sure that they win this if you're Altitude Zero. For Critical 5, they just need one more round. And then they're through to the finals of this Inkosi Cup. So they're looking to take it. They're wanting that W. First match here for Critical 5, and they're looking to start it off strong. Guafta through the... Sorry, Vaynard actually through the molly. They're just running at it. He's got his teammates right behind him. And look at this. They're just taking the B-bomb side. Arkin with a beautiful response as he takes down 3. I don't know how.
3K?
He's swinging left, right, and center. I mean, 180s all day, every day. And it's a 3-on-2 here in favor of Altitude Zero. They have to take this retake. The bomb is down. It's only Guafta and Cloudza with that utility. They're actually going to be split apart. So a good bit of a response here. Puts Shackles on a bit of a slower pace here as he tries to take it. But they have some good information here. This boost is actually going to open up the site for them. So with Natural posting this dark position, they need to take this. They need to start and get this retake, get this bomb defused. The bomb's going to be tapped. Void Clip with a good kill here. Oh, Natural holding his teammates back there, and they just steal it away there from Critical 5. I mean, I say steal, but I think it was Arkin once again who just goes and gets the 3K.
Just cutting it too close. I mean, you had 2 smokes. Smoke on the bomb, smoke off Banana would have been the easiest round for Altitude Zero. Just keeping it too, like, close and, you know, just relying on your firepower too much where, you know, you're making it so much harder for yourself. You know, you have 2 smokes. It could have been an easy peasy round. it could be so easy 3v2 retake for the CTs. You know, you knew where they were. Smoke of banana, smoke the bomb. One diffuses, the two can just hold the smoke. Easy round. But you know, just cutting it so close and so fine, I think it's just, you know, panicking and tunnel visioning, you know, when it comes to situations like that, not realizing, you know, that you have the util. So, yeah.
And it makes an impact on your economy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, you are a CT. You don't want to lose any guns. That was your last ditch effort. Kudos to them for actually winning it though, because they're still in this.
Yep.
Critical 5 now onto the pistols. Now they're the ones who have to start, you know, trying to catch this up. But they have some rounds to play with. They still have a good gap in terms of the rounds won here. And now just this pace here, they're just rushing a site, trying at least to do a lot of damage here with the pistols. Blue once again good for one, looking for the second there. Forcing natural off of that corner there is going to manage to recover an AK. But Critical 5 down to a 3v4 here. I mean, you can call it a 2 and a bit v4 because Cloudzer is down to 16 HP. They haven't invested much into this round and they're looking just to get a bit of a bonus here. So the bomb plant would be optimal. At this point, Blue, the only player that has managed to get a couple of kills this round with that AK now recovered. But they still have to try and get the site here. And this is like I said, this is a bonus round. If they manage to do something here with the pistols, it could be all that you wrote here for altitude.
If they just get the bomb down, they've objective done for this round.
Altitude 0 definitely needs to be careful here. They don't want to give away any more guns. The economy is already a bit strapped for cash here. And now the players regroup. They only have to take down Ark, and he's been so good at these multi-kills. He's been so good as an anchor, but he's going to get caught out with the flash in his hand. Held it for way too long, and I think he actually missed the flash there. So Bitson and Void Clip now on a 2v3 retake. They don't have the luxury of, you know, saving this round because this is it then. This would be the win for Critical 5.
But again, you have 2 smokes, 2 flashes.
You start using this utility, wasting a lot of time. There's the flash, but it's not going to be good for anything as Bitten can't spot a player. Critical 5 not making the same mistake. They're just playing for time. Void Clip. Bitten, you've managed to get the kills. Do we not have defuse kits?
Oh, not like this.
You lie.
Not like this.
You actually lie.
Not like this. How do you not have a kit?
Void Clip had a kit.
I don't understand. Not have a kit?
I saw the little kit icon in Void Clip's hands.
You don't have a kit. Oh, not like this. Oh,
my goodness gracious.
That's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking, man. You do so well to win that.
And they got the kills. They did the retake. They cut it, you know, a little bit close to the corner there, but they did what they needed to do. It was just the defuse that had to come through.
Yeah, and I think that's just a miscommunication, you know, like you said, Void having the kit, but then why is he not on the bomb? You know you don't have time.
Potentially he picked it up there from Arkin, and you know the communication didn't come through in time.
Yeah.
But that's an unfortunate way to lose it. So never mind that. Let's talk about what that means. Critical 5 going to be going through to the final, which will be against X Astros as they have won their game. So once again we see X Astros in the final. Yeah. They have been pretty good at getting into that final. So once again, we're going to be seeing an X Astros game for tonight. So it should be interesting. They're going to be playing against a different opponent this time. And from what I've seen from Critical 5, I don't know. What are you expecting?
Oh, sorry. Jeez, sorry. When you take so much medication, you have notifications when to take your medication. Sorry about that. What am I expecting? I think, you know, X Astros are a very strong team right now. You can see they kind of synergize together. They're playing very good CS right now. And yeah, I think Critical 5 really need to step up their game and you know, make the right decisions and make the right plays, which they have been doing certain rounds, but some rounds, you know, they fall to their same mistakes, and you know, it takes one person to go very big that round in order for them to win the round, where, you know, X Astros as a team are playing well. So you know, everyone needs to step up, I think, for Critical 5, and I think it will be a good game if they do.
I'm definitely excited to see what's going to be happening. But for those of you watching, you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer as we are going to be going into a break. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Inkosi Super Cup. We are in week 4, and for those of you just joining, my name is Proxy, and I'm joined by my co-caster Shaz. Are you ready for this? We are seeing a
Hey.
critical 5 versus X Astros game.
Yeah, and I see Vertigo, and I'm not ready. Hate Vertigo. Hate Vertigo with a passion.
Ooh, I
The
mean, I was
worst
going to
map.
ask you. I was going to ask you, what you thought about Vertigo,
Oh,
but
I
thank
just
you.
told you my
You got
feelings
there.
right now. Hate it.
So let's talk a little bit.
With the
Yeah, just before we get into that, just hold it down for like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Let's talk about the veto. We've got Vertigo.
Yeah.
Then we've got Dust 2, and then we've got Inferno as the maps here for tonight's final. So Vertigo was actually a critical 5 pick,
Okay.
interestingly enough, and we've
So
just
that
seen them
means they've
play
done some
now.
homework on this map. Because no
Potentially.
team just picks Vertigo for the sake of picking Vertigo. You've obviously done homework on it. Vertigo's not like your Inferno, you can kind of wing it, you can pog it out. But Vertigo is a very strategic map. So if you're picking it, you've done some homework on it.
That's what we would assume, and that's what we expect. In addition to that, I mean, we were talking a little bit about it. Not a lot of teams, enjoy playing Vertigo, as you've just shown to us. So for a lot of teams, that's their instant ban. That's the map that they avoid like anything. But instead, X Astros actually let it through, into the map pool. They didn't worry about banning that. They worried about banning. What did they ban? Let's look at this a little bit. So Critical 5 actually went and banned Train, with X Astros banning Overpass, which we've seen them before on Overpass. It's interesting though to me that they would ban it. Then we got a Vertigo pick for the side of Critical 5. We have an X Astros picking Dust 2, which is lovely to see.
Yeah.
And then banning Mirage on the side of Critical 5, banning Nuke on the side of X Astros, and then finally Inferno are decided. So it's interesting to me that these vetoes went the way that they were. If this was what I had to predict, I don't know why I would predict this, but it's interesting to see that Vertigo is going to be our starting map. With Inferno as a decider, I mean, that's, as you mentioned, that's a map that you can sort of wing in a sense.
Yep.
You can pog it out. You can just run with it.
It's a classic.
But
It's
Vertigo?
a classic map,
Vertigo to start off on the side of Critical 5.
Tough. Yeah, I mean, this is we'll obviously see, if X Astros have a little bit of homework on this map. A lot of teams don't. A lot of teams don't like this map. Like I don't like this map. You would rather play like a Nuke over Vertigo. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, no team just picks Vertigo for the sake of picking Vertigo. Critical 5 obviously have some homework on it and probably have some strats and stuff on it. So I think it'll be interesting. Very, very interesting.
It definitely will be a fun time to try and just analyze really what's going on here, because what I've just seen from Critical 5, I mean, we spoke a little bit about it. It was individual performances that were just going crazy. I mean, we had players like Guafta, we had Vaynant, we had Cloudser, like all of the players really had a moment where they were going for it, and they were getting those multi-kills and really making it difficult for their opponents. And now going up against a team as X Astros, a team that we've seen time and time again that have been good all around. I mean, they're really good all-rounders, that they take their utility into consideration. Their rotations are generally quite well spread out, and I mean, in terms of pacing and tempo, they honestly do well in terms of staying dynamic. So it's a completely different opponent to what they've just faced, and towards that, that T side CT side change up, it started to look like Critical 5 were battling a little bit. Not really, but considering the aggression that they took in that first half, you would expect them to just continue that into the CT side.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see how this map choice is going to affect that, because as you've mentioned, Vertigo is a bit of a gamble for anyone, really.
It's a tough map as CTs as well. You need to get that information so that you can rotate, because the rotations are quite far from one another. The bomb sites are quite far from one another. So, yeah.
It's definitely going to be an interesting choice, because I don't know, if X Astros really just don't, if they hate Vertigo as much as you hate Vertigo, then this might be the first time in a while that they've, really been playing on it in terms of an official. I mean, I highly doubt that they've never seen it. Even, I'm sure you've seen Vertigo or played on Vertigo once or twice, to your detriment.
Yeah.
But you know the map, the changes that have happened. I mean, there have been so many changes to this map. Mid control, especially now, is a bit of an interesting one, with that addition of the window sight position. It makes rotations a bit of a change. I mean, you can have that mid player immediately fall back to hold that B bomb site, and then they can duck and dive between, holding that A rotation or holding that B cross depending on where the aggression's going. But utility, I think, has been the major factor for any team really going into this map, because it's not the most common utility. It's not like a Mirage where everyone knows the A side takes.
Exactly.
It's not a dust. It's not a map that you expect. So let's wait for these answers to be given to us as we are finally going into our first round. Critical 5 versus X-Ashes for this final. It's going to be an interesting Inkosi Super Cup this week, as I think this might be the first time I'm really seeing Vertigo this side into our final, with the utility coming through. Oh, nice little bit of a nade stack, forces Guafta off of that position. So once again, has to fall back, has to hold this position here with Cloudzer. Bayonet is there with the rotation. They're trying to hold this position and make sure that X-Astros don't just run away with it. Good bit of utility. Looks like we're heading towards a bit of a B-side tech here. So the rotations from Critical 5 are happening immediately. They need to defend this B bomb side, but X-Astros, Hopper in particular, just tapping away. Good response there from Guafta and Cloudzer, but it's still a 3-on-3 retake with the bomb going down. X-Astros are looking good to take this. Oh, Vaynant gets put down to 5 HP. The trades are there from Cloudzer, and now it's Sergeant Ross in a 1v2 situation. Has to get the kills here, has to do this swiftly. Doesn't want to give Critical 5 any free rounds at this point after they've done so well. And oh, he's getting a little bit overwhelmed here. He's getting pushed back. The bomb is going to get tapped now, because now it's your last-ditch effort. Oh, it's your last-ditch effort. But somehow Sergeant Ross has wasted a lot of their time. He's going to be going for the retake now. Oh, but it's going to be a close one. I don't think it's happening.
Oh.
Wow.
Again, how do we not have kits? Come on, boys.
It's the first round.
Yeah, but you're still going to have one person that has a kit. You need that support player that has a kit on pistol round for situations like that.
Explicitly for situations like that. That's the reason you need it. So now Critical 5, they're back on the deco. With X-Astros, they've got the guns, they've got some AKs, they've got some Galils, some SMGs. They're looking to take this pace. With that superior firepower, they should be winning this round. But Critical 5 looking to get a bit of a deco upset here, looking to just get a bonus round, and it definitely would be a bit of a tough situation if X-Astros go and lose any of the guns or lose this round in particular. Economy is not going to be a fun one if they get this conversion. So with Guafta already dropped, Critical 5 still looking to get a kill really. They quite spread up at this point, and Vaynant, he's just going to get overwhelmed. Wolfer actually taking the first kill there a little bit through the wall. So opening up that A site. We still have Blue with the rotations here from his teammates. They're trying to dissuade X-Astros from getting this bomb down. Still a minute left on the clock, and so much has already happened if you're in the Critical 5 camp. X-Astros taking a good bit of tempo here, slowing it down and just looking for the entries. They've given away a lot of control here, so the Wolfer needs to up and up the scaffolding position. Oh, it's going to spot out Blue. Gets taken down to 27 HP.
Tags him up.
With a little bit damage. Oh, I don't know how he just missed that nade, but somehow Blue is still alive. It's still a 3-on-5. And now, utility going through, 40 seconds left on the clock. The shots need to connect, they need to get the sight.
So
but
close.
Somehow, X-Astros are just battling to find the kills here. I mean, Critical 5 are losing HP, but they've wasted a good bit of time here. Bomb will eventually go down.
So much of smoke battles.
Yeah, just smoke through smoke. We're not seeing any players at this point, and neither are each team. Oh, Blue takes down Hopper there, so that's a bit of an opening. As you've mentioned, so much damage has been dealt, so X-Astros are quite low. And Critical 5, not a lot of guns have actually been invested into this round. Blue, that's a disgusting little one-tap. It's a great round in terms of the economy damage that they're dealing with. I don't think it's winnable for this round, but they have dealt so much economy damage now for X-Astros. They're going to get this round as Critical 5 choose to save that armor, which is a great decision. They're going to have head armor going into the next round. They've done quite a bit of damage there with those extra kills. That's a good bit of money, but still, I don't think it's enough to buy up.
Yeah. Definitely one more save, and then should be the next round for them. But look at that, you know, X-Astros, now Hopper having to buy an ump because he doesn't have money because he bought a rifle the previous round and he lost it. And then what?
So,
two galleys, and two
so
AKs.
I mean, it's a lovely deco. You know, they've done some damage. They managed to keep it. into this next round. They definitely wanted to take a little bit more though, but Savory just going to be running through, takes down Dizza, opens up the site. Hopper with a good response there. And I mean, Vorofer just taking 2 of his own. It's all left down to Guafta in this 1v5 that I honestly don't see happening, but he's looking for a kill. Just can't connect the shots, and the swings are just so good from X-Astrus.
They're just knowing, where their teammates are and where the gaps are, and they're just getting their trade, and they're not allowing Critical 5 getting that opportunity to get those multi-kills. It's very, very good awareness by the T side.
So now we've got our buy round. We've got our first buy against buy for this map.
Yep.
I'm interested to see now how Critical 5 take this. They have a good bit of information how X-Astrus have been playing, at least in terms of how they're taking sites. How they're holding together and their tempo really, but this is now where the positionings really get questioned. What's going to be happening now? How are they going to be taking this? Default setup coming out now. Bit of control here and a bit of presence from X-Astrus towards middle as they take down Guaf. 3-man towards middle here, looking for a bit more control. Utility going to get set up here so that they can make the track towards what looks like A at this point a lot easier. Bomb is down towards ramp there. With these 3 players here in mid, they're looking to take this kill away. Clouds are just backing out in time. Yeah, as you mentioned. Just in time.
No, they're waiting.
But he somehow manages to get the kill. And with the backup there from his teammate, they take down those 2 players in middle. So now this advantage that X-Astrus has created for them has been taken away. The bomb still hasn't been recovered yet, as they have not made an entry into the site. They don't have a good entry really into anything, into A or B. So we've got Savory and we have Volfer trying to open up this A site. With Sergeant Ross recovering the bomb, it looks like they're going to be investing into this A site take. They have some information as to where the players are in middle, but they still need to find an opening. 30 seconds left on the clock. It is now starting to get crucial. They have some utility to help make this easier, but a lot of time, a lot of utility has been wasted. That Molly's going to be missing a little bit there, so some corners might not be open, but somehow Vaynant gets caught off guard there. Good flash, opens it up. 14 seconds left on the clock. With Volfer going down, it's a 2-on-3, and just through the smoke once again. Battles and battles. 5 seconds left. Savory, he's going to try and bait out the bomb plant there. He's going to manage to take down Clouds, but Dezo with the trade. And ultimately, the round for Critical 5.
Yeah, I think that round was just very well played by Critical 5 there. Clouds are just playing very well himself. Just playing more passive, not just peeking, waiting for his teammate Vaynant to come, and then they double peeked towards middle, and they won the the 2v2 duel. Very well played. Just using your teammate the right way, and that round going to their favor.
You can see Critical 5 have done well. There's a reason that they chose this as their pick. They know the angles. They're fighting through smoke and they're getting the kills. Look at this. Blue and Vaynant just destroying X-Astrus at this point. I mean, they're sitting and waiting to get an opportunity here. And Critical 5 just take that away from them. They take the aggressive stance there and they do so well with it. As I say that, doing well is Sergeant Ross opening up that B bomb site just a little bit. But now some information is going to be given away. They've got 1 player towards B there. So Critical 5 are going to be falling back. They're going to be trying to defend this B bomb site, and that just might create an opening towards A. But X-Astrus don't have the information that we're seeing right now. So they're still looking for that extra bit of info, that extra last little coil that can open up this bomb site. Utility going through. The take has to be now. They have to open it up. Critical 5 have read this correctly, and you can see all 3 players waiting for this.
Yep.
Good bit of response here. Savory and Sergeant Ross puts it down to a 1v2 situation somehow, some way. Critical 5 have read this correctly, but the kills just weren't in their favor. So now Blue, it's all left onto your shoulders, and you're going to be walking straight into the crosses there of Sergeant Ross. Finishing it off with a 4K this round. My goodness gracious.
Just a great execute there by X-Astrus onto that that B bomb site, just covering all the angles and expecting Critical 5 to come through that smoke there by the generators. Just super well played by X-Astrus that round. Critical 5 getting the read on them, but just not being able to hold down that firepower and get the kills that they needed.
Now this economy is looking a little bit strapped here. Critical 5 down to the pistols, down relegated to a couple of Deagles, P250s, and CZs to try and deter X-Astrus. Ooh, that Deagle is going to do so well in the hands of Vaynant. He takes down 2. That's 2 guns that are recoverable. Borfa with a good response there, takes down Cloudser on the other side of the map. But how is this happening? Critical 5, once again, with the pistols, getting a kill. So now X-Astrus left down to 2 members to recover this round. They still have not yet been able to get into this A site. And now that AK that I mentioned was recovered is on this A site in the defense of Critical 5. X-Astrus, Bolfer, and Sergeant Ross, they have to do a lot this round if they want to take it away. It's a 2v4. Utility is going to force Vaynant out of position here, but they need to get the shots. They need to get the opening, and they're doing so well, but they're not watching their back.
Don't expect the flank.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Just playing so well, you know, buying time for that teammate to get that flank on them. And, you know, just Vaynant playing so well that round, you know, getting that double deagle headshot and you know, the third person not expecting blue on that boost up because Vaynant, you know, they only spotted Vaynant. And, you know, just blue getting the third and just such a good, you know, eco round by Critical 5 there.
And now it's the complete swap. X-Astrus onto the eco round here. They've got pistols, they've got deagles, they've got Tech 9s, and they have a little bit of spunk there. I think they're a little bit annoyed that they lost that round, so they're going to want to take this back, you know, if not for the economy, purely just for the confidence. But blue blindly takes down Zenix. Boff and Deza just spraying it around. Bullets flying literally everywhere. The good response there from Sergeant Ross takes down Deza. Left to a 2v4. Waiting to peek around the corner. Oh, once again, blue in the same position, just taking kills left, right, and center. Cannot connect the spray there onto Sergeant Ross. He's down to 18 HP. He has 2 kills to his name with the bomb and a lot of time left. It's potential, you know, that he can get the bomb plant at this point, but it's such a difficult one to do.
Very tough.
Now just walking through, just trying to figure out where you can go. I mean, this round should definitely be in favor of Critical 5, but X-Astrus have at least done a little bit of damage here. And a bomb plot might be, you know, the best possible result for this round at this point. With the next round, I mean, in terms of economy, what are we talking here?
Well, yeah, I think they're gonna have to save one more. X-Astrus, you know, not getting that bomb plant, so unfortunately they won't be able to buy next round. They might have to probably save another one, you know, if you want that util. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's very tough. Yeah, there you go. So low HP. It's so tough, you know. Especially going that mid area, you have to take the long range fights with the Tech 9. You're never going to win against a rifle, unfortunately.
It's a tall order if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, let's see. Do they up to buy or do they save? Because 2 people can buy and 3 people can't. So it looks like another cheeky little save and just build that economy. You know, you kind of need that util.
This time around, they're keeping the numbers the exact same once again. Instead, they're going to be taking some mid control here. So Deza just spotting it out. He's going to rotate around to help out his teammates. Again, as we mentioned, you know, just falling back from that window position, you can do so much there. So X-Astrus have actually managed to get the bomb site here. With a couple of kills, they will get a lot of extra money this round. Yep. Definitely in terms of the buy round, they're looking good, but they actually might still be able to take this. It's a 3-on-4, make that a 2-on-4. But if they can waste a bit of time here, they're potentially looking at another round. Hopper left alive with the AWP, but I mean, I was hoping for it. I was grasping at straws really, because you're in a 3v4 up against, you know, substantially better firepower.
Yeah.
So that round going to Critical 5, you know, they shouldn't really beat themselves up about it. Yeah. I mean,
but either way, you know,
it's insane that they got the bomb plants.
It's a win for X-Astrus, right? That round was just purely objective was to get the bomb done, and they did. So now that just gives them a nice little economy so they can buy this round.
So now a bit of a time up here coming out from Critical 5, probably discussing what's happening and how are these pistols getting the kills that they're killing on both sides, really. Critical 5, yeah. They've been getting rounds from pistols. X-Astrus are opening up the sites bit by bit. You know, getting a couple kills here and there, which is great in terms of just that extra little money boost. But X-Astrus going for their first buy in a while now. How are they going to change it up? at this point. I mean, it's looking great in terms of them taking the sites there, and they seem to be getting their kills over, Critical 5, even though they're
Yep.
reading the situation correctly.
I mean, the
But
A
then they
was
just fall
working for
short.
them. The A was working for Exastrus. And then, the one round that Critical 5 did take the control on that A ramp, it seems to have made them a little bit scared, to take that A ramp again. But, it was working for them. It was one round that didn't work out for you. So maybe just try explore that. The mid hasn't been working in your favor right now. Just try explores, other areas of the map. Yeah, I think just, don't be too scared. I feel like they're kind of just letting Critical 5 play their game, and need to just show more aggression.
It's definitely not what you want to be doing on Critical 5's map pick.
Yeah.
You don't want to give them any sort of
Definitely not.
advantage that they may or may not already have. So Exastrus now with a bit more pace here towards his A site. Oh, we can see the response here from Critical 5. The flashes are through and they're trying to take back that aggression. So they're going to be peeking through, but not spotting anyone there because that smoke is just going to be covering all the information here from Exastrus. And similarly, Exastrus is waiting. They don't know what's really happening. They've heard the sound cues, but they haven't seen a single player on either side. So still wasting quite a bit of time here with this utility, but oh, here we go. The trigger's there. Flash absolutely blinding there, Vaynant and Blue. Forcing them to fall back, forcing them to hold this passively. They've got 4 players dedicated to this A-side defense. Gwafta is going to be just rotating around to hold that middle, but he's there for that quick rotate. So they're reading this well. The hold here, the one sort of 1-1-3 hold, might be what changes it up. Utility going through again, forcing players out of position here.
Burn, fire burns.
And not enough response. Ooh, I didn't even see that. Blue dying to the molly there. So a good response from Vayne on getting the trade essentially, but still a lot of damage has been done. Critical 5 now, they're looking to hold the site, and Exastrus, they still haven't yet found an opening. It seems as soon as they do, they get shut down immediately. There's that push and pull that's constantly happening now from either side, and now time is starting to reflect that. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds, sorry, left. And they need to get the site tech. So now with the utility coming through, Critical 5 know exactly where Exastrus is going. They need to get the kills there. Cloudser somehow blindly gets the trade there onto Vaynant. But Sergeant Ross is going to keep that numbers advantage in their favor. Takes down Cloudser, and now it's only Des and Foster left in this 2v3. Retake, as I say that, Sergeant Ross is just going crazy. He's hunting for the kills, and Deza left to do the impossible. It's a 1v3 situation, and he has no idea where the players are going. Oh, nice little shot there onto Hopper. But he still has to find Sabri and Sergeant Ross, who have fallen back to this ramp position. He has to kill way too many. He has to clear way too many angles. Has to kill 2 players and still get the defuse. So if they peek together, this is all that she wrote for Critical 5.
Just very well played. One playing the higher ground, one playing the lower ground. Exastrus is playing that very well. Critical 5 taking the control of that A ramp, but just Exastrus having a plan, just knowing that, okay, cool, when these smokes are gone, we are going for it. We are taking A back from them, We're taking that control back, and they did, and it worked in their favor, and they won the round.
Doing really well here. I mean, the responses from both teams is just swinging either way. So once again, Critical 5 left to the pistols, relegated down to, a couple of hand cannons to try and take this away from Exastrus. With the Deagles here, they could potentially do a lot. We've seen it before. We'll see if they can do it again. On paper, though, this should be a round for Exastrus. Once again, heading towards his A side, just with one player in the form of Sabri, actually, I believe. Towards that B bombs are just trying to hold a bit of an angle here, trying to get a bit of information here. Oh, Sergeant Ross, actually. My numbers are very, very wrong.
Yeah, I think they should just group up and head somewhere together as 5. They're on the Deagles. Don't give them the opportunity to, pick one person off one by one. Oh,
Ooh.
not like this.
he returns it. Gwafta down to 5 HP with a good response on both sides. They take down 1 kill each. But they still have not yet taken the side. So Exastrus once again playing the long game. Just playing it slow, trying to find out exactly where Critical 5 is. They have a good bit of information that the players are headed towards that stack for A. But once again, Critical 5 seem to be reading this correctly. You can see the players are already pulling back. As soon as that aggression halts, as soon as there's no sort of sound cue coming from X-Astros on that A side, they just rotate around to me immediately. And now, there's going to be left to do the impossible. Takes down Hopper, has to deal with 3 more though. Can't connect the shot, running out of bullets there. Gets taken down eventually, and now X-Astros just taking kills left, right, and center. Gwafta left in a 1v2 as he takes down Sergeant Ross. Oh, looking to connect the shot. He's up close and personal, and it's getting dangerous for X-Astros.
Oh. Yeah, I think if Gwafta hit that first deagle and transferred to the second deagle, that round would have went different. But yeah,
could have gone a
unfortunately, not
completely
hitting the
different
shot. Yeah.
So if you're X-Astros at this point, would you be thinking about just changing it up a little bit? Because it seems like Critical 5 are starting to catch up. I mean, on pistols alone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it was pistol round. They did like push, you know, to get information, and they stacked sites. But you know, their default seems to be working on gun rounds. So I wouldn't say change it up too much, but maybe it's change of pace. Do something fast now. You know, they're so used to you playing passive. Change it up. Change the tempo of the game.
You can see that X-Astros is sort of just leading towards this B-bomb site take for once. They've got 3 players invested into the stake, holding it and just expecting Critical 5 to aggress this time around. However, information not being given away freely. So now that utility is going to be there to try and fake them out. Ooh, actually, on the other side of the map, it is Volfa going down to blue. So now Critical 5 have a bit of information. Normally, you know, when they take that kill onto Volfa, there's another 2 players waiting to take the trade. Oh, there's getting burnt out of position there. Completely blind. I mean, I don't think he even saw the fire. And Xenonex is just taking kills. He's down onto 2. He's so close to Critical 5 here, trying to just dissuade them, trying to waste their time, but he peeks out a little bit too far. So this is an opening now for Critical 5. It's a 3-on-3. Blue is very low, however. Guns are not the best on either side. We've got pharmacists, we've got Galils. But the bullets are just connecting somehow. Oh, good bit of a flash there from X-Astros. The utility are using is so good at this point, and Saber is even better. He connects the shots there onto Cloudzer. Blue has no choice just to stick it through the smoke there with a 10-second defuse. X-Astros run away with it.
Yep. I think X-Ash is just playing so much better as a unit, you know, getting those trades, you know, flashing and then peeking with those flashes and you know, getting the equal amounts of trades. Where Critical 5 is just lacking a little bit, you know, unfortunately. Just getting picked off way too soon and then not being in positions that your teammates can trade you.
We'll see if that changes in the next buy round, but for now, Critical 5, once again, in these pistols. And Sergeant Ross, takes down 3. So that aggression there from Critical 5 is a bit wasted. Yeah, they're good with those pistols. They connect these shots. Just tapping away there at the HP there, Volfa. Vaynant with 5 HP left in a 1v4. At this point, you've got to Galil, do a bit of damage, potentially even just consider saving it for this next round. I mean, money, loss bonuses in terms of that, we should be seeing a buy relatively soon. It's not like the first pistol round where they had to double save. Really, it's potential that they can take this the next round, but at the cost of utility. And the rounds, the gaps that X-Astros are creating at this point is getting larger and larger.
Yeah, I think you should just save this rifle, save your money. You have 5 HP, you don't have a kit. It's tough.
And it might not be worth it when we look at the rest of the rounds that are still awaiting them. We're on the 12th round of this map. And already Critical 5 have been back and forth in terms of their economy. It's been so difficult. And as a CT, we know you can't be losing unnecessary guns. And time and time again, X-Astros have just been chipping away, you know, bit by bit. With those pistols, they're making an impact. Maybe not, you know, a complete round-winning impact, but it might be enough to really bite them in the back later on.
Yeah.
So as I said, that they're actually going to be able to fully buy. I mean, it's just Blue, you know, left with no utility really to speak of, but they have the rifles, they have the utility, they have the numbers. Now they need to keep these rounds. They need to get the wins.
Is that the first time that Critical 5 have bought an AWP this round? Or this half? I feel like it is.
either way, Gwafta is doing some good work with it. He takes down that initial kill, and now they have the numbers advantage. They need to keep it. So some damage has been dealt on the X-Astra side, and response is pretty slow again. They're not rushing into this, which is great, because after here with the crosshair, he's just waiting for an extra kill here. Gonna opt to actually just rotate around. Oh, the timing. CS got timing at its finest, and once again, Wolfer, I swear this is the third time that he's died alone on the A side, trying to, you know, be a distraction for his team, but he gets traded immediately because he's alone.
Yeah.
So X-Astras, they nearly had an opening, but Critical 5 have not budged. They have a player down that B ramp side, so they know that no one's going ramp just yet, and even if they do, they're going to have that information so early on. So now X-Astras, they need to get an opening. It's 40 seconds left on the clock. It's a 3v4. A lot of work has to be done if they want to get this round. And Critical 5 are just playing this slowly, once again, responding to the exact same tempo as X-Astras. 30 seconds left on the clock. Now we need to start budging. Oh, but we're not watching our backs. Desmond's going to get a free kill on to Sergeant Ross with his teammate Gwafta. Getting the trade, holding his back. It's left to Hopper in a 1v3 situation, but there's way too many angles to check there. So, again, the slow pace from X-Astras was working great in the beginning for Critical 5, especially when they were taking that aggression. But now it feels like round and round again, we're getting to the last 10 seconds and nothing is happening.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a lot of solo play right now on the X-Astra side, you know. I mean, like you said, you know, the 2 rounds, you know, losing a player towards A, you know, putting your team already at a disadvantage, you know, not working in your favor. You maybe try, you know, the splitting up's not working, try go as a unit, you know.
Oh, that exact same player though takes down 2 players there with the AWP. Just give him the AWP, it's fine. He does wonders with it. So they have the numbers advantage this time around. There was a trade, so they're down 1 player is X-Astras, but they finally have the advantage, and that good little bit of a change in tempo has managed to do that for them. So now let's change around to mid. They're trying to get a bit more control here. It's only Vaynant on this A site. If they get mid, they have options. They can go B, they can go A. They just need to find the players, and the first one they need to find is Cloudzer. A bit of flash there just to slow their tempo a little bit, but no sound cues given away just yet. And you can see X-Astras. They just hold. It's a sneaky angle.
Yeah,
I hate this angle.
Vaynant got the double dig, so do they expect it again?
Taking it really slowly here. X-Astras wants to make sure they're not losing any unnecessary players this time around, which is great to see, but again, clock is starting to run out. So information here for Critical 5 that utility is there. And now X-Astras forced to take this B-bomb side tech. Oh, we need to clear the angles though, because Gwafta and Cloudzer are waiting to take the kills, and it's all left to Wolfer in a 1v3 situation. He's done so well, he'll have to ace clutch it out in 30 seconds if he wants to take this round for his team. Oh, it's a lot to do if you're you're 1 player going up against 3. Yeah. So once again, X-Astras, they're getting the advantage. I feel like they're finding an opening.
The CTs just have util for those last couple of seconds. So like you said, you know, Cloudzer just expecting that, you know, mid to be hit, and he throws 1 little molly and it kind of, you know, stops like X-Astras plan there, unfortunately. And then they have to go. They have to commit because they don't have enough time. So you can't wait for the molly to you know, extinguish, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation.
Pace change. You know what I just said?
It's fine. It happens all the time, but this pace is doing wonders for X-Astras. Look at this, the pistols already taken 4 kills here. It's only blue left in a 1v4 for the last round of this half. And this is, I feel like this is what we needed so much sooner from X-Astras side.
They needed to change the pace. They had to change the pace. They were playing too passive. And then Critical 5 were just reading them and keeping a hold of their util, and as soon as they executed somewhere, they just threw a molly and it just wastes more time. If they did that with rifles, I mean, it would have been an extra round for them.
My goodness gracious. So now X-Astras looking to get that 9th round. It's only blue in a 1v4 to try and clutch it out for his team. We'll have to see if he can do it. If he can, this will be fantastic as they'll go into that 8-7 half, but a lot of work has to be done. He has to find 4 players and time is starting to run out. Looking around every corner, the utility is there.
That
just
double flash peek. Oh
there's
man,
nothing
that's
you
so
can do in
hard.
that situation.
You can't do anything when you one little CT and you in a 1v3 and the team your opponents are just double flashing and peeking together. I mean, that's so hard.
Literally peeking into four crosses, just waiting to take you
It's
out.
insane.
It's like they're
That is
hunting
crazy.
for that
Yeah.
kill.
I mean, you can just see they're coming it. Double flashing and then peeking with that flash. It's just the teamwork is there from X-Astrus.
So now going into their CT side, they're going to have 3 rounds gap onto Critical 5. They're looking great to take this away from Critical 5, which, as we mentioned, is their pick. So
Yep.
in terms of, that mental game that we play, it's definitely not going to be a fun time for Critical 5 if they're going to be losing their first pick going into this BO3. But we'll see. There's still an entire half waiting. Critical 5 definitely can still bring this back. But it's going to depend on how they take this T side. What is the tempo that they're going to be taking to X-Astrus? Are they going to be changing it up? Are they going to be hitting the one-shots here? Blue.
Expecting the peak.
Just waiting for that aggression here from X-Astrus. So that's one player down. That's a slight opening here. But rotations have already started happening. You've already got 3 players here to deter them. Ooh, with a little bit of a rotation there. Sergeant Ross just around the corner. He's flanking, actually, at the moment. So he could potentially catch the players from Critical 5 off guard here. Once again, they might actually be caught off guard and get shot in the back. So now we're just waiting for this time here. Critical 5 playing this slowly. They're holding every single angle, trying to not give away a free kill. Oh, the one taps are just so good. I actually was gonna say, Sergeant Ross managed to pull away a bit of focus here from Critical 5, but just one tap after one tap. They're just getting the kills.
They just Critical 5 have such a great post plant setup there. One watching the flank. You have people sitting on the ramp, so they have control of the bomb. It's just very well played by Critical 5. Just getting into the positions that they needed, so that that flank couldn't cause any harm to them that round.
And now Critical 5 looking to close the gap here. It's X-Astrus on the pistols this time around. They're taking a full A stack. So these pistols, they want to stick together. They want to get these extra kills. But Blue tapping away. He's good for 3. Potentially looking for a little bit more here. We can see the pace is changing now. Blue gonna get the 4th actually on for the ace. Gets traded. But Sabery, just getting some kills of his own. Good bit of money back and forth here. For Critical 5, it's not the best of decisions. I mean, Blue took down 4, but these pistols have managed to drop 3 of their guns. Go after. These weapon switches, unfortunately, going to be the end of Sabery.
Yeah, I didn't think
it's a good extra round.
Yeah, I didn't think Critical 5 actually knew that it was a 5-man stack. So they actually, Blue gets 4, and then they think, okay, maybe the last one's in B, and they run through the smoke, and the last CT's there waiting for them.
So it's a good bit of extra money here for X-Astrus, especially on the CT side. They're going to be relegated to a double save after losing that initial pistol round, but if they keep getting kills like that, economy might just be the deciding factor. Critical 5, once again, this should be their round. They've upgraded to these AKs. And now they just need to be careful because around the corner is these pistols from X-Astrus once again. But this time around, they're waiting for it. They're ready for any sort of extra aggression that they're not expecting. So that stack in middle is unfortunately not going to win X-Astrus anything extra. It's only Hopper and Vorolfer left to potentially do something with these pistols. Hopper with that deal there. We've seen it time and time again. X-Astrus and Critical 5 can do some wonderful things here, but a jumping Deza says no as he shuts down Hopper, and it's only Vorolfer left in a 1v5 with a USP. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, it's a very hard mountain to climb, must say.
Especially with the Guafta just walking behind him, and look at this timing.
Yeah,
We just don't see each other. CSGO at its finest. It's okay. I'm the umming and ahhing is making me nervous. So I mean, ultimately, Volfer going down, and what I wanted to say is, now we're looking at the first buy here for X-Astrus. This is the first time that they actually have even footing in terms of firepower to get this back.
Exactly.
In terms of what is at stake for this round, what happens if X-Astrus lose this?
Well, then they have no money, and they actually That's like another 2 rounds that could potentially go Critical Five's way, and that puts Critical Five ahead. You know, with the 11th round possibly, and puts X Ashes on the back foot for the first time this game. So you know, this is a do or die round, I think, for X Ashes right now, just to get them, you know, keep them kind of on level with Critical Five, because you know Critical Five's economy right now is looking really good.
Definitely. So I mean, for them, if they lose this round, then next round they shouldn't be too. I mean, they should be able to buy in the next round. I mean, AKs at least are not as expensive as it is, M4s and utility on the side of the CTs. So, in terms of buying capability, they should be alright. But you finally tied it up. You don't want to give it away now to X Ashes. You want to make sure that every decision is clean and cut, and you don't want to be giving Volfer 2 kills as he drops the bomb. He gets the 3rd. Just going crazy at this point. And now Critical 5 left on a 1v5 within the first couple of seconds of this round. My goodness gracious, as they try and take that aggression, they get immediately shut down because the trades are just not quick enough, and Volfer is even better. So bomb firmly dropped in X Astras's hands. They have stacked this bomb, sorry. Given up the bomb site completely, really. So they're just waiting for Blue to make the push. They're waiting for him to make his move, and 20 seconds left on the clock. I don't see how this 1v5 can happen.
Yeah, it's just tough, you know. Just Critical 5 playing perfectly, you know, got the bomb. Everyone just rotating to the bomb. This is tough. Ooh. Oh my god.
He wanted to talk about double flashes. There's a triple flash there waiting.
But he still blindly.
Yeah, blindly Blue takes another kill. So I mean, X Astra's looking to get. Oh, there we go. Finally takes him down, and actually, I think that was after time.
Yeah. So now Blue is broke. He gets no money for the round. Yeah, that's just well played. You know, unfortunately, you know, Critical 5 just not using the correct util middle, and you know, Alpa just getting free reign and getting that 3K. Very well played by the Alpa there.
He's doing exactly what he needs to for his team. So, I mean, we've seen it again. You know, Volfer is so quick with that AWP. And now he's proving it. And on CT side, it's a difficult situation. But I say that. Cloudser with that 1D onto Volfer takes him down. Hopper's good for the trade. He takes down 2. But these pistols are doing quite a bit of damage here. As we can see, it's a 3-on-3 situation. The rotations are through. That nade somehow does not connect. I don't know how Diz is alive right now, but somehow he manages to get out of it. So a rifle has been recovered. The AWP has been dropped. And I mean, that was in the first couple of seconds of the round once again. So Critical 5 actually doing very, very well in terms of what they're getting out of this pistol investment. So the save round is looking great. And as we mentioned, it's so tough as a CT player, you know, to manage that economy, because any sort of gun dropped, any sort of loss just makes it that much harder. It makes it exponentially harder as a CT to hold and manage that economy, especially with these pistols here from Critical 5. So now the ATEC is happening, the utility's going through. That rifle and the utility that they managed to hold for this round is doing so well. The bomb going down. The bonuses for Critical 5 are starting to pile up. The only one that they have left is a potential round win. It's a 2-on-3 situation, however. X Astra should be good to take this. Getting that kill there onto Deza opens it up. It's only go after there with that recovered M4. As I've mentioned, this is a bonus for them. I mean, this was a pistol round.
Yep.
They've gotten the kills. They got the bomb plant even.
Yep. They took 2 guns, got a bomb plant, did some good damage there. Yeah, objective done, you know. As a T, when you save and you get the bomb down, it's just bonus for you. You know, getting that bonus money always puts you in a good position.
So now they've evened out, you know, a little bit of the footing here. So losing the round, it's fine. We have the money. We're only 2 rounds behind, which is, you know, what we were worried about what was going to happen to X Astras. But it's the other side of the foot now. So Critical 5 need to close this gap. They need to even it out once again, and this time they need to take it away from X Astras.
Need to change the pace, I think, here. Just do something fast with those rifles.
Need to change it up. Need to go fast. And look at this. Critical 5 already on this A ramp take. They've thrown all the utility to take the focus from X Astras, but not an opening yet has been created. We can see 3 players towards this A site, holding to try and deter Critical 5. Orpha going to be the first to get close So close to Vaynard right now. He's literally just on the other side of the wall at this point, but they're not going to spot each other just yet. No sound cues have been given away. No players have yet been spotted. Astra still firmly hold this A site, and they're looking to continue so. That pop flash, as they try and take that little bit of control, but they're not expecting Blue and Vaynard's on the flank there. So, with that extra kill there from Cloudser, it puts it down to a 4v2. Sergeant Ross has already rotated around with his backup in the form of Zinix. But they need to hold the site. They need to hold this round. Otherwise, Critical 5 can start closing the gap. Now we're going to have to see if these two players can manage to do the unthinkable. It's a 2v4 situation. They need to get these multi-kills. Sergeant Ross is going to start us off. Need to connect the second shot. He manages to do so. Looks for the third. Somehow does. With his teammate going down, he's down to a 1v1 situation. He's on fire, literally and figuratively, and he's just taking it bit by bit away from Critical 5. Cloudser, the only man to recover this round. There's 20 seconds left, and he has to find out exactly where Sergeant Ross is. He needs to recover the bomb. But 10 seconds left. I mean, at the pace that he's taking this, it might be all that she wrote for Critical 5. 10 seconds left. He's going to have to get this bomb planted. Going to go for the fake here. But Sergeant Ross is just playing this so carefully. He's just baiting out the shots. The bomb somehow goes down in the nick of time. But look at this, Sergeant Ross with essentially what is the 1v4 retake. My goodness gracious.
I think he's dead. I think he's dead, Sergeant Ross. He's dead.
You have to make sure, eh?
Okay, well, that was extremely well played by Sergeant Ross. You know, just hitting the shots that he had to that round, getting that 3K, and then just finishing off the round. You know. Just very well played by him.
And now, Astras, they've taken a 12th round. And they're looking so much stronger bit by bit. So, Critical 5, that little bit of a sort of safety net that they've created for themselves in their economy has now been taken away.
Yeah.
If they lose this is the save. This is now when you consider Astras potentially getting that 13th, then that 14th. You get into some very dangerous waters here. And you can see Astras, they've got the confidence. They're actually playing quite a little bit more aggressive this round. Nearly just walking into the crosshairs of Blue that round. But at the moment, we do see that they're just holding it. They're waiting for Critical 5. So that aggression has been slowed down by the use of utility from Critical 5. But, I don't know how. Unfortunately, Vaynard not going to get that easy frag there onto Vorolfa because, I mean, that angle is difficult. You can literally just barely see the top of his head there, and to connect that shot, it can be a tough one. So Critical 5, not going to get an easy opening, not going to get that initial entry, but still a little bit of time left. They've got an entire minute basically to work with to get the side take. And now you can see the grouping up, looking to take this A side take. They need to invest into this, and they need to get it quickly if they want a chance of actually just catching Astras off guard here. Savory around the corner is going to be the first to deter them. Gets taken down. The headshots from Critical 5 are just so good. Sergeant Ross has to run through the flames to try and stay alive at this point for this 4v5 retake. Astras looking to take their 13th round, but they need to get every single player. There's actually going to be burnt out of position there. Somehow, behind, Zinix takes down his teammate. And, I mean, good bit of pace here from Astras. Zinix taking 2, but Vaynard is so good for the 3rd. That spray transfer is insane.
That was very well played. That was just a very clean round by Critical 5, you know, taking that A hits and just using the right util, you know, pushing those CTs off completely on the bomb site, you know, isolating you know, the one CT there towards the alleyway, or I don't know what you really call it, I think short, you know, on A, and then, you know, pushing Sergeant Ross off that position on top of that box and towards A, and just had a free reign of the site for a good couple of seconds.
And now Astras, they're down to the pistol, so Critical 5 are finally caught up, but look at this, these USPs, what are we doing? Savory takes down 2. Ultimately, Astras dropping 3 players, and the bomb, though still in safe hands of Critical 5, and they're going to be able to get this bomb side relatively unscathed. That's going to be 2 AKs that Astras can potentially recover.
Yeah,
and I mean,
2v2.
even further than this, I wouldn't really go for this at this point. I mean, you want to save that AK, you know, for your economy.
Yeah.
But the potential's there. I mean, it's a 2v2, and again, these pistols are just going crazy today.
Yeah,
Somehow,
I feel like they keep running into their stack towards that A. Critical 5.
and then they just get surprised because behind their backs there's an ex-Ashes player waiting to tap away and just taking kills pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, not a bad
So-
eco by the CTs though. You know, picking up 2 AKs for their troubles.
So now the 11th round's going to go the way of critical 5, but ex-Ashes have actually managed to avoid that double save because they can buy up this round with those 2 AKs recovered.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
not
it's
the
not
best
going to be a
utility.
strong. Yeah, it's not going to be a very strong buy. I don't know. It's quite close.
It is.
Yeah, it looks like
It's a
they
bit
are
of a
going
tough
to opt to
situation
buy.
because if you
They're
go
gonna
for this
opt to buy
buy,
with this.
utility doesn't look to be the best really. I mean, you've got Hopper and Sergeant Ross that are quite stacked at this point, but for the rest of the players, it's just a couple of flashes to deter critical 5, and who are at this point taking quite a good pace towards a site. You can see Vayner just running it around, getting shut down there by Savory. Somehow, some way. I mean, the one taps, those AKs recovered, are just too strong on the side of Astra, so they're going to run away with that A side initial take. But still a minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Still some options left for critical 5 here. How do they respond at this point? How do they take this back? Ooh, a little one way here. You can see Dizza just sneaking around the corner
very
here, trying to get
cheeky.
that free little one tap. And okay, there we go. Sorry, that was a little bit weird.
Yeah, that was very weird.
I blame my internet. It's fun. These things that happen, you know, when you're at home.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So ex-Ashes still defending this A-side take. In the meantime, critical 5 left to a 3v5. Going to be able to take the A-side take with a good bit of use of utility, but oh, through the smoke, Sergeant Ross taking down Deza. Crippling critical 5's number one by one. Gwafta down to 16 HP. The bomb has been planted, but now how do they hold this position? How do they deter this retake? You've got 5 players in the ex-Astros camp. You've got them just running and clearing every possible angle. At this point, when you kill one, there's another 2 waiting to take you down. As we've just seen, Gwaf left in a 1v3, manages to take down 1. Oh, but it's that 1v3 is just way too much to deal with.
I don't know why the terrorists keep going towards that angle. I mean, it's been so many rounds now that, you know, the T's keep getting sprayed through the smoke there, you know, that corner behind the box. And it seems like, you know, the guys are still going towards that angle and they're just getting spammed. I think, you know, if that T was just in a better position, you know, it would have just been a 3v3 and harder for the CTs there to retake that. But yeah, nonetheless, very well played by ex-Astros. They just, you know, they just running as a unit, which is crazy, you know, and they flashing. Their flashes are, you know, on point. Their utilities there, you know, they're peeking together. They're getting the trade. They're not making, you know, they're making sure that one player doesn't get that 3K or that 2K. You know, they're making sure as soon as someone dies, it's traded immediately.
So, I mean, it's a good bit of hold here, and as you mentioned, they're holding that numbers advantage every single time they're taking a fight. It's in their favor, because they've got a player to trade, they've got a player to swing. It should turn out in their favor time and time again, but now the pace change here from Critical 5 needs to start happening. They need to stay a little bit more dynamic. As you mentioned, they keep going back to the same sort of post plants. So ex-Astros, although they have the numbers to clear the angles, they might start just immediately going to those predictable moments, but on for the 14th round for ex-Astros, on for what should be their 12th round. They need that 12th round if you're critical 5. They've got a bit of a quasi-bar here. They have an SMG. They at least have 4 other AKs, but in the same token, ex-Astros, hey, have managed to recover some AKs of their own. So this utility is going through. They seem to be fully invested into this B-bomb side take as the players are running through. Hopper's going to be the first to take some aggression. Deza blindly taking down Volfer somehow, some way. And now the side take has officially been in the favor of Critical 5. It has been sort of just immediately given to them, as players are not able to respond. So Zinix finally takes down 2, is tapping away for 3. Takes down Clouds to 50 HP, but still has to find a lot more players. Oh, how is this man still alive? Goff eventually getting the trade there, but he's done so much work for X-Astrus. And now it's just falling apart if you're X-Astrus. I mean, somehow Zinix, you know, taking down those 3 kills, but unfortunately his teammates not in a position to trade there. A little bit rushed towards the end.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, just not waiting for your teammates there. I mean, Zinix did as much as he could that round. But yeah, just very well played by Critical 5. You know, like I was going to say, change up the pace. You know, that A hadn't been working for you for the past 2 rounds. Try, you know, split a mid to B or just full B execute, you know. Change it up. It's becoming like a little bit too predictable. But yeah, played in that round very, very well.
I feel like we've seen so many pistol rounds on this map alone.
Both sides.
Oh, it feels like every 3 rounds we're seeing a pistol round of some sort. Either side is, you know, in terms of economy, they're a little bit strapped here. And now Critical 5 somehow just running around X-Astrus. They're not really getting caught off guard here, but good bit of information here. I mean, for the pistols for X-Astrus, they have to do a lot. They have to literally pull off miracles once again if they want a chance of winning this round. So definitely this should be in favor of Critical 5, but it's a good bit of damage that's being done for X-Astrus. I mean, they've taken down 2. They've taken the last 2 of the 3 players remaining down to basically half HP. It's doable in terms of getting another couple of kills, but this round definitely should be in favor of Critical 5, especially as Zenix is going to be peeking into 3 crosses, basically ready to take him down. So finally, Critical 5 tie this up. But now, what are we looking in terms of the response here from X-Astrus?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, 1 for Mars, 2 for Mars. Their economy is looking very, very weak right now. They have to win this run, otherwise they're forced to do a double save. Where X-Astrus, I mean, their economy is not too bad. It's not the worst. But, you know, if you get a bomb plant, it's an easy buy-up for them.
We'll see if they can do just that. As you mentioned, they've got a lot of FAMASs, and already their rifle goes down. Make that 2. Sergeant Ross and Savory dropping almost immediately. Just way too many mollies to deal with. So a good response here from Volfer, taking down Blue to 40 HP, and Hopper eventually getting that kill onto Cloudzer. It's still a 2v4, however. A lot of work once again needs to be done if you're the X-Astrus players. I mean, they literally have to pull off miracles at this point to just stop this momentum from Critical 5. And I don't see them going for this. As you mentioned, the economy is tight. You have to save it.
You're going to have to save this, unfortunately. It's just going to be very tough. You know, this is the 14th round for Critical 5 here. And unfortunately, X-Astrus are going to have to buy. I mean, unless they want to play for the draw, but, you know, you already have 2 rifles. You're going to have to try maybe force it up. Try to do something with that.
I'm not sure really what's happening at this point, but we mentioned that the pace change from Critical 5 needed to happen. And they've done just that, and they've been doing it beautifully. But X-Astrus, I mean, we've had this time and time again where their individual players are just going crazy, you know, and the rotations are there. They read the situation correctly. They're in the positions that they need to be, but they're just not winning the kills.
Yeah, I mean, that round they tried to do their A-take. But, you know, obviously they've done it so many times. Critical 5, obviously, you know, reading it now and it working in their favor this time, you know, not letting X-Astrus, you know, take control of that A ramp.
So that early aggression is just not working out for them. They're starting to get a little bit more predictable. So this timeout is definitely well warranted. They need to discuss, what are we going to do? Because any sort of wrong decision is going to lead immediately to that Critical 5's match point, and then, you know, the win is on for their taking. And your economy is in no sort of condition to really respond to that and really dissuade them from anything other than that. So Critical 5 somehow looking to take their first map.
Yeah, I think they don't want to try and play for the win here. But you know, even if they win this round, it's tough because Critical 5 are able to buy up anyway, so it's a bit of a difficult one on their part, you know. They kind of put all the eggs in the basket right now.
It's exactly that. This is literally their last-ditch effort. If they don't win this round, that's match point for Critical 5, and then their money is shot.
Yeah,
They have
personally-
nothing to really respond with.
Yeah, it's
So-
a tough one.
It's definitely a tough situation to be in. This quasi-buy for X-Ashes has to do wonders. It has to do miracles once again. As I've mentioned time and time again, it seems to come down to just that. It has to just... You have to get the multi-frags. You have to just play your heart out at this point if you're X-Ashes. Because Critical 5 are such a good force. As a barrage, basically, they just take the site one by one, and they take it quite... in a quite dominating fashion. But as the rounds mentioned, this has been extremely close, so this can swing either way. And now Critical 5, this 5-man investment into the site tech. Oh, that molly just missing Savory. So he's going to be able to live once again. And oh, with that response, takes down one of the players is Guaf. Powerful with a good response, takes down 2. It's now down to a 2v2 situation. Somehow on either side, there's been a lot of fragging. There's been a lot of damage. But with a good bit of utility used here from Critical 5, they managed to get the bomb down. They managed to get off the site. Playing for this match point, Hopper and Zinix, they have to go for this. They need this round.
Not
It is
like
crucial. And we need our utility to be landing once again. Bomb is going to be tapped. It's a 10-second defuse. Zinix, the only player with a kit. Oh, the shots are not connecting. Clouds are left in a 1v1 situation. They've mollied this angle off, so they don't expect him to be here. He needs to be careful where he's peeking. How does he take the kill with 2 HP?
They had no idea where Clouser was. They played that so well. Critical 5, you know, Clouds are just not peeking at all. They had no idea where he was. So when it came down to the 1v1, Hopper was confused. He didn't know where he was. Like, is he on the ramp or, you know? Oh, man. By the time he realized he was, you know, the short corridor, it was too late.
My goodness gracious. Somehow, someway, Critical 5 seemed to turn this around just bit by bit. So, looking for that win is Critical 5 on their map. This is definitely going to be, you know, a mental boost. But they've managed to come back and they managed to take this. If they win this, going into the next map, I think it's going to be the momentum that they need to take this this lost map. But X-Astros, they're still in this. They have the buy. They can stop Critical 5 right here, right now. Money on both sides looking quite tough, but Critical 5 is definitely leading. So now we have to wait and see. X-Astros, they need to take this. Oh, Hopper going to start off well, takes down Vaynant. But the response there from Guaf and Clouds, oh my goodness gracious, now they've turned this around. We're looking at a 4v3 in favor of Critical 5 for their win. Vorolfer, the only man on this B-bomb side to deter them, to dissuade them, to stop them from taking the site, to stop them from taking the win. Needs to be careful, needs to get potentially 2. They have, and they're just waiting for him. But somehow he manages to take down that kill onto Cloudser, even though they're waiting for it. So that utility is going to go through. But the information is there for X-Ashes. They can win this. He's going to find the first player that's low. He's going to manage to take down his 3rd. And it's down to this on a 1v3 situation. He spots out Rolfer, but the response is there from Savory. And oh my goodness gracious.
Just saving the round there for his teammates. Just playing that absolutely so well, you know, realizing that there were 30 seconds left. He goes in, he goes for the peak, and he gets the information that he needs. And, you know, he doesn't overextend. He gets the pick, he falls out, he repositions and, you know, gets another, and he gets the 3rd. And yeah, it's just very well played there.
Oh my goodness gracious, they somehow, some way still manage to stay in this. Bit by bit, they somehow... Again, I don't understand how they managed to do this round around again. Both of these teams seeming to just pull rounds away from their opponents where they really have no business of doing. Oh, Blue, he's hunting for Sergeant Ross there. He knows that X-Ashes likes to play close. To get that little bit of extra information, that little bit of extra aggression. Critical 5, on for the win. X-Ashes looking to tie it. Oh, good response there. Or good entry really from Cloudser, but he gets traded immediately almost from Hopper. So now the bomb has been dropped. Hopper is looking to stop this immediately. Good bit of utility is just going to waste Critical 5's time once again. So now Guafta has to flank around. Hopper is trying to stay alive, trying to waste the time. They're down to a 2v4 situation, however, so every single corner has to be checked. You have to be careful where you're sitting at this point. Sabri on this A side, you can see he's trying to get some information. He's trying to help out his teammates as best as he can, but somehow Hopper is still finding kills.
Yeah, just
So where the bomb is
repositioning.
recoverable. Yeah, repositioning, getting a kill, moving it off, and just constantly keeping keeping Critical 5 in the guessing game.
Yep.
So recovering the bomb they will be able to do, but now they need to be careful because they're going to actually opt for this A side take, and Sabri has done just that. He's managed to push up. Oh, look at this trigger discipline. He's going to know exactly where the players are going. The bomb is going to go down, and he's going to have full and clean line of sight to the bomb planter, which is blue. Oh, and he manages to take down 2. Now Dizza left in a 1v2 situation. Bomb's getting tapped. He has a defuse kit. Oh, even though he's still left alive, he doesn't have time.
Wow, that was so played by Savory, man. That trigger discipline, so well played. You know, he doesn't shoot the first guy. Waits for the bomb to go down. He waits to see where the post plants are, and then he just picks them off one by one, and they don't expect him there. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. That's what happens when you don't clear, you don't clear the common spots. Unfortunately, you clear it every other round, and then the round you don't clear it, there's a man chilling there and he's waiting. Oh man, that's just so unfortunate. Damn.
I mean, at that point, they were strapped for time. They had to get the bomb site. It's late game. They don't expect anyone to be there. I mean, why would you be there in the first place? But Sabri obviously trying to get into a good position to help out his teammates, and the communication from X-Ashes is, as you mentioned, just big brain plays.
Very
so
well
now.
played.
Critical 5 in a bit of an interesting situation. I mean, you've got Blue that's already hit his 30 bomb. You know, he's playing insane, but every single player really on the server has had a moment or had a round where they've just gone insane.
Yep.
They have done the unthinkable. So now they're on equal footing in terms of firepower. You know, that overtime economy is lovely to work with, especially in that first round.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just stepping up and every individual just doing what they need to.
And now we have to wait and see which team is going to have to take this. It's overtime first to get 4 rounds. We'll be able to take it, or potentially we have another overtime that we're going to be thinking about. Ooh, not if Saber is going to be doing things like that. Shutting down that impact player from Critical 5. Somehow managing to take down 2. So eventually gets traded. It's even in terms of the numbers at this point, but a lot of damage has been done and a lot of time has been wasted. So good information there for X-Astros. Not sure if you saw the bomb. As you can see, they're just taking their time at this point, throwing off that utility, trying to just get some rotations around. And meanwhile, look at this. Guaf. Actually, I'm getting confused. I'm looking at all the numbers at this point. Guaf managed to get that entry there onto the A site, and with Clouds on that flank.
Yeah.
Oh. Wolfer left in a 1v3 with an AWP, and it's a difficult situation to be at this point.
Yeah,
My
that
goodness
round
gracious.
just so well played there by Critical 5, you know, taking that first initial aggression towards that A, winning the A, and then just going quiet, going dead, like making no noise whatsoever, and just, you know, buying time for Colter to hit them with that flank, and they're not expecting it, and just everyone winning their duels there, and just, yeah, very well played there by Critical 5.
They're definitely doing what they need to do, and especially with this overtime, they need to take every single possible round they can. Want to get that first map win, want to get your map win, especially for that little bit of a mental boost. So now both teams, they've managed to come back time and time again, and now X-Astra's actually on the back foot. They've lost that one round, but the economy is good. The round's looking great, and they're still taking this aggression. They're still trying to get that early peak. Hopper actually down to 1 HP here on the other side. Wolfer with a good response takes down Deza in that mid position there. So that mid position, that mid information is dropped for Critical 5. They want to make sure that there's no possibility of that flank once again.
Yeah, learning from their mistakes.
It's a good bit of a adaptation here coming through from Critical 5, but still a minute left on the clock, and that utility from X-Ashes is wasting a lot of their time. You can see Sabri playing very close and personal, getting that information, and then just holding Critical 5. So even if they push through that smoke, that's extremely early information for X-Ashes for that retake. So now smoke's finally fading. X-Ashes now starting to exhaust all of their utility, but they still have so many mollies left. Look at this. 3 mollies left that they can use to stop this bomb plant and to make this retake a lot easier.
There they do. There they go. But they've mollied off the wrong areas.
Indeed they did, and now Varolfo is going to manage to take down one. It's still a 3-on-4 retake, so they're expecting him to rotate around. Guaf going to get that kill, going to get that trade. Evens it out into a 3v3 situation. Hopper down to 1 HP. This retake is looking scary. If they want to be able to take this, they need to get a kill pretty early on, as they need to clear a lot of angles to get this round. Utility going through once again, but now they've exhausted it. They've got 2 flashes left, and they don't have the luxury of time.
But there's the
My
counter
goodness
flash
gracious.
by the likes of Critical 5. I think both teams are just playing so well, you know, like just playing so disciplined, you know, using their util properly, you know, flashing together and peeking together. And yeah, this is so well played.
My goodness gracious, and now you can see both sides are starting to just get those multi-frags, but Critical 5, they're so in control of their tempo at this point that X-Astros are actually looking a little bit, in honesty, just confused at this point, because Critical 5 are just peeking together. And they're using their utility properly, so that initial entry that Varolfo has managed to get is actually immediately turned around. As the response is so good. Ooh, Savory playing in dangerous waters there. Nearly doesn't take down Deza, but finally manages to even it out. So now they have a chance. They just need to hold this. They need to make sure that Critical 5 don't get this bomb site take if they want to have an easier time when that half time for overtime happens. You don't want to have to worry about, you know, getting 3 rounds in a row, especially in a situation like this. You want to have a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, and it's your T side.
So now we can see Critical 5 just opening it up, trying to find a bit of control here, trying to find that opening frag. Once again, it's Savory that they need to deal with. Need to check these corners, but that utility is going to give away his position. With the rotations coming through here from his teammates in the form of Zinix, it might help it out. And look at this, Varolfo on the flank takes down Vaynant. Gives X-Astros a bit of an opening here. Ooh, Savory down to 12 HP, takes the jump, takes the peek, but his teammate Blue is ready and holding Cloudser for that bomb plant. So now it's just Zinix left. He has to find 2 players. He has an idea of where one is, but he still has to find the second. Has to get the defuse. Ooh, they line up.
They reposition though. That's so well played. Critical 5 just played such a good T side there, you know, just readapting to every situation that was thrown at them, you know, and just, you know, that post plant just repositioning, you know, not expecting 2 players to be peeking the same angle, you know, because last spotted he was ramp. And he joins up with his teammates. They're just playing very well. They're playing so well as a team. Critical 5 right now.
If I was X-Astros at this point, I wouldn't understand what I'm seeing, because Critical 5 seem to have completely fixed whatever mistakes they were making on the T side. They're playing a beautiful game of Counter-Strike at this point, and you can see that they're playing so nice. Honestly, just synergistic. They're playing together as a team. They're peeking together. They're communicating, honestly, just perfectly. And now they're 1 round away from taking this.
Yeah, they just keep throwing curveballs to X-Astros, and they just don't know what to do with it, unfortunately.
It honestly seemed like it was going to be an X-Astros side. Then it swings and it goes in the favor of Critical 5. And then it swings once again, and then you're thinking, okay, no, what? X-Astros are definitely going to take this, right? And that has literally been the theme. And now, as soon as we hit overtime, as soon as Critical 5, you know, stay on their T side, they seem to have completely just changed the game.
Yeah, you would think, you know, X-Astros, you know, bringing that game back, you know, from that to an OT, you would think they would carry on that momentum and carry it forward and win some rounds in overtime, but they didn't even get 1 round. Critical 5 just, I don't know if they had like a pep talk and they were like, guys, this is not working, and they fixed it in that little pep talk they had before overtime, because they won every T round where they struggled. T side, they struggled to get the rounds that they needed.
Especially with X-Astros, I mean, they literally, you've seen it time and time again. I mean, Varolfo on the flank. He's already in that position that Critical 5 don't expect him to be, but somehow they managed to turn it around. I don't know if it's just, you know, the 180s. I mean, maybe that DPI just went up a whole another 100 points, but they're swinging so quickly. They're responding so quickly to what X-Astros are doing that it's making it so much so much more difficult to just get a round really in, because you're constantly getting shut down as soon as you get that sort of advantage, as soon as you get that
Yeah.
trade, as soon as you get that numbers advantage. On the other side of the map, Critical 5 take that trigger, they're like, cool, we'll get that control back. And
Yeah.
they do so, and they're doing that consistently.
And they're
But
just
now,
adapting though, as well. Critical 5, they're just adapting so well.
exactly that. And now we have to consider, okay, well, what happened on their CT side? How did this go the first time around?
Yeah, I
And the
think they
first
need
time
to.
around, I mean,
Yeah,
you
they
were
need to
saying?
hold that middle. I think that middle. They lost a lot of rounds. With X Actress, taking that mid control and just wrapping onto B. So I feel like maybe they need to take control. They either need to push the B stairs, to stop that sandwich potential by X Ashes, or they need to fight middle, and then retake the B site.
So, I mean, now, I mean, you're looking at, unfortunately, there's a bit of a technical issue. So,
Yeah,
a lot of match pausing is happening, and now that momentum is starting to fizzle, right?
yeah,
That momentum that Critical 5 has just created is starting to fizzle. If you're ex Ashes, potentially, this is going either side. Either you're starting to now gain a little bit more of a breather. So you're
yeah,
calming down, you're starting to think a little bit more crucially about, like, okay, what are we doing? What are our mistakes? How will we fix it? Etc. Etc. Or it's going the other way around. You're sitting there a little bit anxious. You don't know what's going to be happening in the next couple of rounds. And as that mental fortitude that starts like eating away at you, especially going into,
yeah,
overtime
definitely.
on your first map of a
Yeah.
BO3.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? So this little technical pause, it gives X Ashes just to take a bit of a breather and be like, guys, what happened? Where were our mistakes? How do we fix this? What's the plan now? Take each round as it comes, and it just gives a little bit of a breather towards X Ashes, unfortunately. But that's the game of Counter Strike. You kind of need to stay mentally fit, and then just carry on with the game and push forward.
My goodness gracious. If you're Critical 5 now, in terms of what happened on their CT side, there was also a little bit of a shakiness there. I mean, there was
Yeah,
rounds where they were running away with it with their pistols,
yeah,
and taking the surprise there onto X Ashes. But eventually, there was points where X Ashes were just running away with it, and
yeah.
now they literally just need one more round. But if Ashes do the same thing as they did previously, where they just get a couple rounds and they start running away with it, not giving Critical 5 any sort of breathing room, then I think it's definitely going to be another overtime. But
Could be,
that
yeah.
same token said, I think the reason that they were struggling was because of the economy, and
Yeah.
now that variable's completely been thrown out the window.
Yeah, but also you do realize X Ashes have no room for error right now.
Mm.
Because if Critical 5 win this round, they take the map. They take first map. So it's a do or die right now for X Ashes. They don't have rounds to play with, unfortunately. So hopefully this little tech pauses has helped them, fix their little mistakes and their miscommunications, I think, that they have it as a team right now.
If you were in the camp of Critical 5, how would you play this?
This is difficult. This is very difficult. I feel like maybe they should try get control of a ramp, leave leave one guy there, kind of jump spotting, or just peeking for that little bit of information, and then rotate. Play two mid, two B, so that that potential of that mid B ramp is not there as well.
And then on the side of X Ashes, as you mentioned, they literally have no room for error.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough one, with Critical 5 just taking that full momentum with them. Winning 3 rounds in OTs is you're sitting very great, as a team, and it's very tough. It's so tough.
And it's going to be quite a tough hill to climb as we finally get started once again. It seems like all technical issues have been resolved, but as we mentioned, X Ashes, no room for error. They cannot give anything away from free, and they definitely need to start taking these rounds away if they want another shot at overtime, if they want another shot at getting this win. Those Critical 5, they can breathe a little bit more. They can take some more aggression. They can actually be a thorn in X Ashes' side. But now, actually, both teams just giving the respect that is deserved. You can see they're just holding their default. They're waiting for information, waiting for the other side, for their opponent to make the mistake. But Critical 5, they're not going to make this easy for X. Astra's holding that passive angle, holding that site as easily as they can, really, making sure that X Astras have to hunt for them. They have to push. They have to run into their crosshairs as is expected of a CT side. And now with that rotation coming through, with the utility being used on the side of X Astras, those sound cues being given away, Critical 5 starting to set up, starting to take a little bit of control back here. We can see the etching towards the scaffolding position here, or this short side of A. But no guns have yet been dropped. There's not a single player has taken damage. Both sides just trying to figure out where they are looking, where they are expecting a player. Bomb, on the other hand, just holding back, really. Seems like we're still sort of in T-spawn at this point with the bomb.
Yeah. Critical 5 just using the util properly right now. Not overusing the util.
But 20 seconds left of the clock. They need to take the site. I mean, we talked about no room for error. So bomb's going to be going down.
Oh, Vaynon gets 2.
There's a good response from Critical 5. As you said, Vaynon taking down 2. Bombs are mollied off.
Ticking.
Oh no, I don't know if he has it. I think he just managed to get it. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Guafta with the no scope. There was so much happening in that round.
Oh man, that was crazy. That was just extremely well played to Critical 5 towards the end there, you know, just their T side being so strong, you know, in that OT, you know, just playing together and adapting really well there and playing with their teammates. And yeah, unfortunately, X Actress just not having a solution for their T side. And yeah, wow, that was really well played. And that last round, you know, Critical 5 just using their util properly, you know, rotating their smokes, flashing them off, peeking with those flashes. Yeah, just very well played there.
And as we mentioned, Critical 5, they had the space there. They had that buffer, so they could relax. And now for those of you watching, once again, you can relax just a little bit more as we're going to be going into a break, but stay with us as we've got a lot more CS waiting for you. Welcome back, everyone. We are still busy with the Inkosi Super Cup Week 4, and it has so far been quite a nail-biter of a final. We've got Critical 5 up against X Astros. And Shaz, I mean, let's just break it down as a brief summary. What have you been seeing?
I mean, it's crazy. It's so much. It's like a game of tennis. It's back and forth and back and forth, and it's just each individual just having such good rounds there, as a team, and both teams just playing such good Counter Strike right now.
And at this point, I mean, as you've mentioned, back and forth, time and time again, with Critical 5 actually ending it off quite convincingly for, honestly, the first time tonight. They have managed to, not give X Astros any sort of space there. Those last 4 rounds in overtime, they took as convincingly as possible. But
yeah, but
now,
also, oh, sorry, carry on.
No, continue.
No, I was just saying,
No,
not taking anything away from X Astros, taking Critical 5 to the wire, on their map pick as well, to OT. So they also played really well, not just to say, Critical 5 just walked over that game. I mean, X Astros really doing well, taking it into OT on a map pick that's not theirs.
And we were on the same wavelength. I was going to say pretty much the exact same thing. So this is X Astros' map pick. This is now the time they get to show their strats. Oh,
why are we doing this, boys? Why are we fighting like that down middle?
We are having a pistol battle, and somehow Vorolfer with that P250 just takes him down. You're going to have to wait for that next round. So the response of Critical 5 is they're going to take back that short control. They're going to get a kill there onto Vorolfer. The trade is there. The revenge is there. But now his teammates, in his absence, are going to be trying to take this B bomb site. They have to take these kills down. So Guaf eventually going down, but still, it's a 3-on-4 retake. Oh, make that a 3-on-3 because Blue is there ready with the one taps. Takes down Sergeant Ross. This opens it up a little bit. It's even in terms of the numbers here, but the damage is most certainly not even. X Astros just doing so much damage, and I mean, as soon as there's a trade, there's another player to get the second kill, to get the multi-kill for X Astros. I mean, good work there by Blue getting those 2 kills, but the rest of his teammates unfortunately just not having a chance.
I mean, that round's fully blame on the guy that was fighting middle. That's just such an unnecessary fight. You're fighting one guy in middle that's keeping you, in middle, and they rushed B, and the one poor little teammate has to hold off against 4 terrorists coming out of B with a little pistol. It's never going to work, Just unnecessary fight there, middle.
We'll see what happens this time around. Is Critical 5 going to be relegated to the pistols? They have a CZ. They got a couple of USPs and flashes to take this away from X Astros, but it's going to be quite the tall order.
So sneaky.
Very sneaky here, and Zenix going to be waiting. Oh, it's a good flash save.
Good flash.
How does he manage to get the 3 kills? And in the response, Deza actually taking down 2. So bomb has now been captured for X Astros. They have to recover this back here from Critical 5, as Deza is the last player left alive in a 1v2 situation. He has 5 HP, has recovered the Galil, has the bomb in his possession, but has to think about falling back. And now this is a bit of a gamble. He's going to fall back to try and take this fight later on when X Astros are not expecting him, because his HP does not allow for, a drawn-out fight at this point.
Yeah, very smart play by, the T's. X Astros just playing together, It's a 2v1 situation. Rather just stick together so that the trade, is possible.
And now Deza in this position has heard the sound cues, but it was a little bit too late as he was trying to rotate around to B. So he's not going to be in a position to stop the bomb plant, but damage might still be dealt. 20 seconds left on the clock. X Astros have no idea where exactly he's heading. Oh, but that's going to be all that you wrote here for Critical 5. I mean, good bit of damage, though, that they've done on that save round. So that's some extra money in the bank.
By Critical 5. Absolutely. Great eco. Taking three rifles away. Yeah, and you only invested in nothing. You had USPs and a flash. So, yeah, very well played by Critical 5. They're very good round by them.
And now, pistols once again, a little bit upgraded this time with Deza on that scout. So that's, we've mentioned this before. Hit that body shots and then just make it easier for your teammates to get the kill.
Yeah.
But it's still ultimately, I was going to say pales into comparison of the firepower of X Astros, but Deza Takes down a player, and then blue there with the trade. Hopper finally getting the trade there onto blue, but ultimately still not even in terms of the numbers advantage. They have the superior firepower right now, but oh, okay, there we go. Hopper now finally evening out once again. Second kill this round, and Critical 5 left to not really have a good response at this point. Clouds are going down. Vaynant and Deza there left with a couple of... Ooh, once again, Deza with the scouts. Takes down Hopper, and now this is a 2-on-2 situation. I don't know how these deals have done the damage that they have, but Vaynant needs to have his gun out, ready and waiting for Sergeant Ross, and with the backup there of his teammates. Oh, okay.
Very much awkward.
Just threw it away there towards the end, but Deza's still alive yet to do a bit of damage. Oh, I just can't connect the shots.
Oh, these rounds going to the wire basically, and X-Ashes actually investing into these rounds, so now the economy is like, it's not that great actually.
It's not great on either side. So
big as a galley, you know, where you should be have a bank by now, but they're losing so many players on you know, Critical 5's eco rounds that now they have no bank. If they lose this, they're broke.
Same can be said for Critical 5. This is their first buy round. This is their first possible chance to close that gap. And if they continue what they have been on the pistol round, now with the superior firepower, this might be a different story. Unfortunately, there with the flash, Guafta not able to get that kill. He was completely blinded and has to think about falling back. X-Ashes now, they have an opening. They can take this mid to B. So they're going to be separating the players here from Critical 5, only 2 towards B. We have at least one player behind the smoke with a little bit of a gap to work with. X-Ashes now, just wasting a bit of time here. So I like this response here from X-Ashes. They've used the utility. They've now convinced Critical 5 that it was a mid to B take. So for a moment, their players were a little bit confused, but after holding that mid control, taking back that information, and in addition to that, taking a kill there onto X-Ashes. Zenix down, it's a 4-on-5. Time is starting to run out. But still a lot of utility that X-Ashes have at their disposal. So this B-Tech might just be doable with a couple of good flashes. So here, Vaynant's going to be peeking into exactly just that. Perfect flash takes him down, makes an opening onto the B-bomb site, and within the last couple of seconds of this round, really, last 20 seconds, X-Ashes will manage to get the bomb down. Volfer there on the trade once again. Gets taken down, but has done some good damage. It's a 3-on-3 situation here for Critical 5 for their first buy round. They want to take this. So you can see the rotations going through blue, coming from that tunnels position. But they have to be careful here, because look at this. I think this is one of the players here from X-Ashes in middle. Wrapped around Hopper, in fact, taking down Deza. And just making this so much more difficult. Yeah,
that round just extremely well played there by X-Ashes.
So they're going to win this round. The entry points are looking a little bit grim at this point, so going to have to opt for that stack there. Ultimately, Sabre going down, but at least Sergeant Ross managing to stay alive, managing to hold on to that AK. But once again, like we've mentioned, that would have been the round that would have been the round that they had their bank. And now, again, they've won the round, but at what cost?
Yeah. It's a tougher situation. Hopper gonna have to opt for a galley again with a little bit of util. But yeah, just very well played there by X-Ashes, you know, just adapting to the situation, selling the fakes, you know, showing that hard presence towards middle. They're thinking that it's a mid to B, and then Volfra just, you know, faking that A, and then pulling the CT player towards that A, and then splitting the mid to B, and keeping A, you know, B unfortunately weak.
So at this point, X-Ash is playing a little bit of mind games, and I mean, this is their pick, their map pick, so we're expecting them to, you know, have those sort of strats ready and set in stone.
Yeah.
And for Critical 5, their money is looking so tight, and we saw this in the previous map. On their own map pick, they were struggling with economy, and now once again, it's starting to be a question mark on both sides.
Yeah, I don't know why people opt to buy an UMP though. I'd rather buy an MP9. UMP is horrible.
I cannot use the UMP for my life. I would rather just have a pistol.
That's the worst. So, like, especially, you know, they have full armor, the terrorists. And just it's not strong enough. When MP9, at least it's got a good fire rate, it does some good damage, and it's just all around a better gun, in my opinion.
That fire rate has bitten me in the back a few times. I honestly would do better with the USP at this point. But never mind that. Perhaps Vaynard can show us why he prefers it. So
Yep.
still up for that 5v5. Zenix down to 26 HP, so quite a bit of damage has been dealt either side. Just a little bit onto Vaynard, but no real sort of entry onto any site. You've got a three man on this A site. Critical 5, they need to get around. So far, the gap is growing wider by every single round at this point for X-Astrus, and if they want any sort of chance of stopping this momentum, this is where they need to do it, especially when you look at the economy. So, with this utility going, with the triggers happening, the alarm should be going off for Critical 5. This is an A-side tech. Get your players into position and let's get some kills. Clouds are going to be good. Oh, with the response there from his teammate Deza, they're doing so well. Vaynard there with that UMP, him, is going to be finishing off that last player. So finally, Critical 5 get that round.
Yeah, it's a very good city around there. You know, Deezer and the A player just having such a good crossfire with one another, expecting that A top to come and then just position themselves in the right positions and playing off one another.
Do you think they did it on purpose, the Clouds and Deza thing, and then they have to play on the same side together?
Clouds, there's maybe the synergies are already there because it's in the name. Names.
Perhaps they're doing this to us on purpose at this point. I think it's just a tongue twister. And now, X-Astros, they're going to be relegated to pistols. They need to take this pace to the face of Critical 5. They need to catch players off guard here, and at this point, it hasn't yet happened. Hopper down to already half HP. Gofta still left alive somehow. Ooh, but through the smoke. And onto the B bomb side, X-Astros are finding openings little bit by little bit, but the response is good here from Critical 5. But it's even better from X-Astros. That one dig onto Vaynard finally secures it. X-Astros are going to get the bomb down, but Volfa is left in a 1v2 situation to clutch it out. If they want this 5th round, he needs to go big. Needs to find the kills here. Oh, okay. There we go. Starting it off onto a headshot there. And he is tagged. Blue down to 25 HP. Oh.
That was so close. He gets the dink onto Blue. That first shot was nasty. Damn. That was such a good deco there by X-Actress. You know, objective done. I mean, they kind of got the bomb down. They took guns away, and yeah. But unfortunately, the economy is still not the best. So they're gonna probably opt to save one more.
I mean, this is what they were sort of on the edge of every single round, that, you know, Critical 5 was taking guns away from them on their eco rounds, and now once again the same thing has happened for X-Astra. So I mean, Critical 5, they won that round, and again they have lost guns as a result though. So economy on either side is chipping away bit by bit, and X-Astras once again onto those pistols, those Tech 9s, those Deagles. We've seen what they can do. We'll see this time around what they can do on the A site. So utility is in hand. They have a bit of a buffer here to get onto this A site. A couple of smokes, a couple of flashes. They just need to be careful though where they're peeking. Ooh, that money might actually waste a bit of time there. Perfectly placed. Just does. They did the job. Going through. Oh, the flashes, the team flashes there. What it seems like just not working out. Ultimately, Sabery and Volfa responding to the defense there from Critical 5. So once again, they get the bomb down. I don't know how, but once again, they catch Critical 5 off of guard, and they get an entry into the site. And now they're looking to potentially even take it away from them. They have recovered a couple of guns here. Oh, and they're just one-tapping it away. Critical 5 not in a position at all to get the kills, and Deza left to save this. What is happening?
That's a good weapon pickup. For X-Astros, there's an orb, there's some AKs, and now you're back. You got some bank going right now, and you got bomb down. I mean,
you're back with a vengeance. You're back with a vengeance.
I mean, look at
you've got a 3-round lead.
7K now. Was sitting at 4 before the round started, and now he's got 7K. He's good for at least 2 rounds.
All the buffers in the world couldn't really deal with this at this point for Critical 5. I mean, they're down 3 rounds. Their economy is touch and go at best. You know, now they have to consider saving. Now they have to consider giving more rounds away to X-Astros. which they definitely don't want to do. So we'll see how this one pans out, if Critical 5 on the other side can pull off these miracles here with the pistols. On the defending side, however, it is a little bit harder, because you don't really have that luxury of just running around. But look at this. Some good information play here from Critical 5. They've pushed through completely into B tunnel. So now you can see Critical 5, they're grouping up. They should know that this is an A-side take. Whether it's short or it's long, they have the numbers and they need to keep it. And the Deagles are hitting their shots. Blue and Desert taking down 3 respectively, but the response is good from X-Ashes. Leaves it into a 2v2 situation. The flank is already happening, however. Vaynant and Guafta around their backs trying to take down X-Ashes. This is very similar to what we saw X-Ashes actually, you know, getting in their first Eco round. And now, I mean, just the bonuses that they're going to be getting from these couple of kills, potentially even recovering an AK. If you're Guafta, if he goes through those long doors, he can get a couple of guns here. He can even get another kill, but he has to be careful because Sergeant Ross is in pits and is trying to literally stop him from doing just yet. Oof. Just a bit of a timing there, but they at least are going to manage to take down that 6.
Yeah, another eco, a good eco there by Critical 5 though. You know, taking 3 guns that round. You know, every eco that they do, they keep taking a lot of guns away from X-Ashes. You know, they're not winning ecos with 5 people alive. They're always losing. It's either 2 people alive or 3 people alive. That in the long run, it's very bad for your economy.
And we'll see if that's going to bite them in the backs later on, but at this point it's a little bit early to tell because Critical 5, they put up. They have a chance of taking their 3rd round, and they have a chance at giving some pressure to X-Ashes. Oh, a bit of utility there. Savory and Hopper, you're in fire, but you're going to manage to get out of it with a bit of information given away to Critical 5 in the exchange. So far, X-Ashes, they are player down. They haven't yet gotten, you know, any sort of side control as of yet because they're still just trying to get their footing. And at this point, Critical 5 actually taking some aggression here. So they're doing well to get that initial sort of advantage, but they now need to keep it. They now need to control the side takes. You can see the bomb finally getting recovered. No real information for Critical 5 being given away just yet. And at this point, X-Ashes, I mean, that smoke acting more sort of as an information giver than anything else. So here with the spray from Vaynant, they have a bit of information as to where one of the players are, but they're just still standing up. And Critical 5 are none the wiser. You can see they're completely split up at this point, so they have the numbers advantage. But it might not be enough if X-Ashes can hit their shots. So here's the take here. Oh, but the shots are even better here from Critical 5. Vaynant taking down 2. But the reaction there from Blue getting a 3rd, and oh, it's going so well for Critical 5 at this rate.
Good little setup there by Critical 5. I think just unfortunately X-Ashes just not doing enough. I think they just need to stick to the default of the dust meta where you kind of take long, you leave one pit, you know, so you have that long control the whole of down long, and then you kind of force, you know, you take top, you push them off towards A, and they have to play on site, and then, you know, you kind of decide what you need to do. I feel like they're giving too much control right now to the CTs. They have too much free reign.
Absolutely. And now X-Astra is actually on the quasi-buy. This is now where their economy, you know, they start feeling it. They start worrying, oh goodness gracious, what's going to happen now if I lose this? But first and foremost, I need to get this A-side take. We can see 4 players heading towards the short take, invested in this A-side take. With 1 player holding that flank there from Critical 5, which they have been so good at doing. You know, as soon as there's sort of aggression on the one side, they immediately try and respond and take some control back from the other side. Getting some good bit of information here. But now, with the defaults coming out here, it might just be to their detriment. They're not up close and personal here next to Volfer. But still, no sort of altercations have happened on either side. No damage, no nothing. So X-Astros are going to be running into a fully HP and armored up Critical 5. They need to hit the shots, and so far Zenix and Volfer are good for it. They take down 2 each. Deza now onto this long with his teammates having to rotate around. X-Astros going to have free reign to get the bomb down and look at getting their 7th round. How has this happened? Once again, Critical 5 are just getting torn apart bit by bit. So there's some good responses here, but it's not enough. It's a 2v3 situation. Bomb has been planted. And time is in favor of the ex-Astros. They need to get these kills. Oh, Vaynard's going to be good for 2. It's a 1v1 situation here. Dezza's down to 7 HP. That nade's not connect just... Oh, not going to connect just yet. Some bit of information there, but has to find the shot. He doesn't have the buffer of HP to help him out. And ex-Astros, just by the skin of their teeth, are going to take the round.
Yeah, very good round there by ex-Astros. You know, when the CGs take long, you should take a quick top, you know, because you know there's going to be 2 towards that long area and usually 1 towards, you know, top or towards the ramp. So, yeah, very good adaptation there by ex-Astros, you know, abusing that that top, knowing that they took that long control.
And we'll see where they go with this. We'll see how they take this back because they're starting to lose this gap. Woo, Vaynard! That's a good way to start it off. He takes down 2. He opens it up.
Yeah, he did his
Eventually
job.
does get traded. He's done exactly what he needed to do. Oh, but Critical 5, they're a little bit too split up at this point to try and, you know, sort of abuse that or try and punish ex-Astros for those couple of kills. It was just sort of a Vaynard's one-man show really on the B-bomb side. As Critical 5 are looking to take a little bit of a stack towards middle A. So with this retake happening, there's a lot of angles that they need to clear and they need to hit every single possible shot immediately. Oh my goodness gracious, how has this happened? They're gonna take this, yeah.
It's about time they won an eco, right? How many rounds have they literally brought it down to a 1v1 or a 2v2? I mean, that round just, you know, working in Critical 5's favor, just hitting their shots. That's insane. Vaynard getting that double deagle and then just that retake. That was crazy.
From a perspective of the ex-Astros players, I literally couldn't see the Critical 5 players. And then as soon as I did, the play was dropped, the headshot was there, and...
Yeah, it comes down to post-plant positions, I think. You know, just not being able to trade your teammates.
And unfortunately now, if you're ex-Astros, you're relegated to pistols. You're relegated to giving Critical 5 another round, potentially even 2, depending on how this money goes, what kills you can get, because it's pretty low. The economy is quite strapped at this point for ex-Astros. Thankfully, they are on the T side, so it's not that hard to buy up. But you definitely want to have a little bit of extra utility, potentially even looking at getting that AWP in the hands of Varolfa, who has been so good with it. But before that even happens, we need to try and get this ace attack. We need to try and get the bomb down. So you can see 4-1 split here for ex-Astros. But 4 Tech9s just rushing into the ace side. How does this happen? Vaynard going down.
Oh my gosh.
In addition to every single player on the A sites, and I don't understand this, but Wafter's left in a 1v3 situation.
I think this needs to be a Deagle show match or some stuff. Like, what?
Deagle and Tech9 show match. That's all it is. And USPs, if you're talking about Critical 5 earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, please help me make sense of this. For Critical 5, it seems like the issue is that they're giving ex-Astros a little bit too much space to set up.
Yeah, I feel like, but I mean, even so you say, but Critical 5 had the upper hand there. I mean, they had 4 players with rifles on that A bomb site. Just, I think ex-Astros is done with it. They're mad. They're like, no man, we're done with this. And they just pummel onto the bomb site and they just all hit their shots. Every person that had a pistol, they just hit their shots on A. That was absolutely crazy. That was such a well-played round, but ex-Astros just hitting the shots that they needed to hit.
So it seems to be that reason time and time again where ex-Astros just with the pistols, they're getting headshots. They're literally breaking Critical 5 apart within the first couple of seconds, so there's no response that's possible. But then how do you respond to that as a CT? If you're not winning your 1v1 trades, then clearly your setup has to change.
Yeah, maybe like flash. I mean, they weren't flashed at all. They had free reign that round.
We'll see what they do this round. How do they respond to this from ex-Astros? You can see actually Deza quite close there. He's going to get some good bit of information here, especially now with the kill there from Guafta. So, Deza through the smoke might actually catch.
Oh, they heard him.
Oh, I say that.
He messed up his jump, so they heard the little jump cue.
And I think the smoke was just busy fading there, so footsteps or little feetsies could have been seen in that situation. Unfortunately, Critical 5 now left to a 3v4 situation. They haven't yet found really the stopping point for X-Astros. So at this point, I mean, they've just been barraging sites left, right, and center. It's been an absolute sort of just dominating force at this point. You know, their tempo is so fast, and Critical 5, they're struggling with it. You can see this Vaynant. Do I watch middle? Do I watch tunnels? At this point, I don't know. Middle has been given away. No kills have been taken just yet, and Volfer just opening up the site.
Yeah.
Like a can of worms at this point now. Critical 5, they have to respond to this. It's a 2v3 now thanks to Cloudzer. However, this retake, we've seen them do this before, you know, with the pistols. Potentially now they've got M4s. This might be a little easier, but they need to be careful because X-Astros, they're just taking every opportunity to be on the aggressive stance. Taking the pick, making it difficult for Critical 5 here to just get into the site. Even initially, now they have to find the kills. Good little bit of a response there for Blue. But Zenix, with that 2k, just shuts them down immediately. 9th round for X-Astros. Now you start to worry for Critical 5. I mean, I've already been worrying for them, but it seems like nothing that they're doing is really changing the pace of X-Astros. It's not really a deterrent.
I feel like X-Astros is just doing a really great job of you know, faking sound cues and forcing the rotates from the B players, you know, the mid player. Unfortunately, you know, when the mid player rotates towards CT spawn and they throw a CT to B smoke, you kind of, you know, you're kind of stuck behind a smoke, and that leaves the player towards B alone. And that's what's happened a few of these rounds.
Ooh, and now Critical 5, they're relegated to pistols. They have to get up close and personal, and peeking middle into the crosshairs of an AWP is not going to help any sort of situations. I mean, good bit of information here for Critical 5. Once again, they push tunnels, they're pushing up to shorts. They might actually catch X-Astros off guard here if it wasn't for the case that we actually have Sergeant Ross just holding the flank, waiting for them to do exactly what they're doing now. So, potentially, X-Astros just reading this, understanding exactly what Critical 5 are trying to do here. Oh, Sergeant Ross, once again, tap away. I'll be good for 3. And I'm going to be happy with that, you know, padding those bank accounts. So there's a left of the USP, and unfortunately, I mean, going up against those AKs, those one-taps, not much is going to happen.
Yep. I just feel like Critical 5 just don't have a game plan, you know, when they're on those ecos. You know, they were doing it so well in the beginning of the game, you know, like rushing 5 and just, you know, getting that control, where that round they were just so split up, you know. Rather boost up top, rush short, just try and get some information, run S5.
And try and get the round back. It's the last round for this half. The boost is not really working out just yet. Oh, there we go. Finally, the jump is there, but there's not going to be a Volfer to respond to it. Time has been wasted, and unfortunately, Critical 5 have not yet found that early advantage. Still hunting for it. X-Astros now wanting to take this mid to B. Potentially just get a bit of focus. Yeah, potentially get another kill for free if one of the players try and rush through the smoke there. But both sides just playing this slow and default. Trying to get a bit of information, but not giving away too much. Oh, we can see here, Zenix waiting for that push there from Blue. So, I don't know. We can break this down later on, but Critical 5 potentially starting to look a little bit predictable for X-Astros if they're just holding and waiting for this aggression time and time again. Naturally, just holding that default, still just waiting for Critical 5 to make the mistake at this point. And with the gap here that X-Astros has created, they're going to be sitting pretty either way, but Critical 5, they definitely want to make the mountain that they need to climb in the next round easier. Oh, and Deza's going to do just that.
Little trade
on the shot there. On the response there from Gwafta, he gets the 2k, ultimately getting traded out there and leaving Cloudzer in a 1v3 situation, running through the smoke there. Unfortunately, nothing's going to be found. Yeah. So, X-Astros, 11 rounds.
Exactly. You know, unfortunately, you know, when C5 played, you know, the game before, we said, you know, they become too passive and they don't adapt. And unfortunately, when you're playing against a team like X-Astros that are throwing everything that they have to you and you're not adapting, you know, unfortunately, this is what happens. You have 11 for half. You know, that T side from X-Astros was brilliant. You know, Critical 5 just not adapting. You know, just leave one pit. You know, leave one. You know, holding the angle on long and send one towards middle. Stack 3 towards B. You know, they were using that because they knew it was their weak point. Just not adapting, unfortunately.
We'll see if they can change it around. Potentially T-side is where they are most comfortable. Ooh, and based on these little one-taps, I think I could say just that. But they need to be careful. Why are they not checking angles? Hopper and Volfer just left to one-tap it away. Ultimately, Hopper going to be taking down 3. Zinix left in a 1v2 situation. Bomb has been dropped. He's in the CT position, but he literally one little bullet is going to be all that it needed to take him down. So good round there from Critical 5 in terms of those initial kills, but the response from X-Astras is scary.
Yeah, you know, when you have players hitting shots like that, and it's very scary. But yeah, nonetheless, very good pistol round by Critical 5. Just, you know, getting in their faces.
Doing all that they need to do to get that much closer to tying it up for with X-Astras. They have 6 rounds that they need to catch up on. So every single round is crucial. Every single decision needs to be perfect. And ooh, getting a little close there. Ultimately, though, Critical 5 coming out on top, but Blue and Vaynots are extremely low. These pistols can actually do the damage. Oh, if you get lucky enough to actually fight the player that's low. Unfortunately, though, Sergeant Ross is going to have to fall back. Didn't manage to find those low HP players. And now Critical 5, with the response, are going to be taking that mid to B. They're going to try and keep these players alive as much as possible. Not give anything away to X-Astras for free. They need to be critical about exactly what they're giving away. Again, this pun seems to be coming out. But they need to be critical about what they're giving away to X-Astras, because economy could be the deterrent, could be the change in momentum. So X-Astras, 2-on-5, 2 players low. Looking at an exit strategy here. Maybe just get a 1 dig onto Guafta, Volfer. Okay.
2 players on one hit potential. There we go.
What is happening? Volfer on the 3k, now looking to do even more damage. I mean, don't even think about the round at this point. Just look at these kills.
So close.
Oh, what is this? Sergeant Ross ultimately killing the last 2 players.
No kit, no time.
As I mentioned,
but I mean,
there wasn't really a chance for getting that round, but that damage that they've done to Critical 5 alone.
Not even just that, like economy. I mean, that ruins the economy of Critical 5. I mean, a round that should be yours, pretty much, in the bag. An easy round, you know, they have pistols, you have SMGs, it should be easy peasy going, and sure. X-Astras managed to take all 5 guns. That means it's a full team buy-up for Critical 5.
Oh my goodness gracious. So, X-Astras, they have pistols, and somehow, once again, they're finding the kills with this. Critical 5, they have managed to buy up, but as you've mentioned, at what cost? Because this economy is touch and go. They need to get the site. They need to make sure that they win this round if they have a chance of just closing this gap. Borfer just hiding on site. Oh, he's not going to be able to do that damage this time around. They shut him down quite quickly because they need to be careful of those little 1Ds. So never mind that. X-Astras still in a 3v4 situation. They have that Galil that has been recovered. And so far, the pistols have done quite a bit of damage. They're looking to do a little bit more. Looking to just take away maybe potentially another gun or 2. So
have a galley.
Oh, they have a galley, and this galley's doing quite a bit of damage there. Takes down Blue. And just really sort of touches the HP there of Critical 5, but it allows Hopper to be in a good position here. Might catch Vaynant off guard here. Oh, swings, but just can't connect the shots. He's expecting it.
Smells it. But again, what a great round by X-Astras. Taking 3 guns. I mean, look at their money. 3.5, 3.9 on Clouser. I mean, look at that. Now he's only got an AK and a flash. The usual is so low on the T side.
It's exactly that. And I was saying, they literally cannot afford any sort of mistakes. They cannot afford to give X-Astras another round, because then they start running away with it. With the economy that, as it stands at this point,
this is
every round is important. And Vaynant, oh, there we go. Eventually connects the shot there onto Volfer, taking down 2 ultimately away from X-Astras. That AWP is still in the hands of Sabri, however. So it's still in play. It still might do some damage here. Might change it around if you're X-Astras. But the response here from X-Astras is actually a pretty good one. We've got Sergeant Ross already in lowers. Might actually catch Desert off guard here. Spots him out, takes him out. There we go. That's a bit of an even, an evener footing
But you
for
got the
numbers.
information now, so players should start rotating.
But they're not in a position to do that.
boxes.
Hopper in this mid position. Oh, is going to put the pressure onto Savory. He has to hit the shots if he wants to stop them.
Oh,
And the response from
flank.
Hopper ultimately is not good enough. Sergeant Ross left in a 1v4 situation with that AK that he's recovered. Has to think about economy, however. But he's not looking great for X-Astrus. The rounds are starting to get closer and closer. I mean, now this is the first round Critical 5 is actually taken quite convincingly. They want to make sure that they're not losing any additional guns, however, because as we've mentioned, economy. You need to think about this because this might bite you in the back later on. This might be the problem. Especially with this uphill climb that they have to deal with from X-Astrus. They need to be careful. So Sergeant Ross.
Yeah, I think Critical 5 just playing this round perfectly, knowing that they're on their bye, X-Astrus, but, still keeping up that fast pace that they did the previous round. And I just don't think, X-Astrus expected them to just, come out of that long so fast. But also in the flaws of X-Astrus, unfortunately the Utah obviously not landing as well, none of those long players blind. They had free reign to just spray down those CT players. If you're going to take long like that, you need to be flashing off the terrorists. You can't let them have free reign and spray down those long players trying to cross into pit.
You definitely need to put a little bit more pressure in that regard, because as we've mentioned, it is an uphill battle. They are potentially looking at taking their second map, and at this point, X-Astrus, I mean, they have a little bit of a buffer. And now look at this. Actually, interestingly enough,
the money
forcing up into this round. So how would you?
Yeah. I mean,
what do you think about this decision?
I don't know. It's a bit of a tough one. I don't know. They didn't have to force it, but their utility is not bad. It's not like they don't have any utility. So, it's so well played.
My goodness gracious!
But the trade is there though. Critical 5 just in the position to trade.
And I mean, this is a bit of a weird buy here from X-Astrus. I mean, they forced it up a little bit. Not the best in terms of rifles and utility. So this is I don't know really what to call this. This is a force buy, but with the round gaps that they have, I don't know if X-Astrus are maybe potentially just in a bit of a hurry to stop the momentum from Critical 5.
Yeah,
it might be a little too early.
They could have saved more, maybe, get an AWP up, try to get it. I mean, they have an AWP now. Maybe a double AWP.
I mean, they have the rounds.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly.
So, I'm a little bit confused, but it's fine. I'll leave that aside for now. You can explain it to me later.
I mean, I'm also confused.
But now, Critical 5, they have an advantage here. X-Astrus, they don't have the best. Yeah. They don't have the best firepower. They have information. They have an open bomb site. They're going to be able to get the bomb down. They're going to be able to get into good post plants, but they need to be careful of their flank. Otherwise, this weird buy and this force here from X-Astrus might work it out. After, going to be holding that tunnel's position. Ooh, cannot connect the spray there. So a gun is going to be dropped. A number advantage is going to be taken away. So it's 3-3. Oh, Varolfer going to make that even better as he takes down Blue with a nice little shot there. And now I don't know how, but this is working out for X-Astrus. Critical 5 just falling apart bit by bit.
Yeah, that was a very good retake by X-Astrus. Must give that to them, but that was a round that Critical 5 shouldn't have lost. Yeah, I don't agree with the positioning in T-Spawn. I don't know why you're sitting there. The bombs down B, get closer, play towards the tunnels, I mean, even if you just jumped off and you waited outside the tunnel, you waited for the CT player to run into, the actual tunnel towards B's bomb site, you could have come and flanked and lurked. And I just didn't agree with that positioning. It's such a, you have to hit the shot. That was like one of those positions, you have to hit the shot. Otherwise, you're so far away from your team and you can't help them. And that's kind of what happened.
It's potentially the nerves of this round, of this uphill battle that is starting to get to the players of Critical 5. And now, in terms of pressure, this is the round. Otherwise, they're looking at a save. They're looking at the 13th round for X-Astrus. They're looking at the 14th even, potentially depending on how badly this economy is affected. And at this point, Ashes, they're holding some good aggression here. They've dedicated 4 players towards this A side. They literally are not even worrying about the B bomb sites. And they're managing to get the kills through the wall there. A headshot onto Deza, a response there from Zenix taking down Blue. I mean, they don't have the superior firepower, but somehow they're managing to get these kills. Taking down Critical 5 one by one, and the trades are not there. We're peaking one by one. What is happening? It's down to 2v5.
I think it's a losing focus a little bit.
At this point, I mean, I want to see a timeout from Critical 5. I want them to discuss what has just happened, because this is not how you want to be losing a round, especially when you're looking at the score gap here from Ashes. They've just managed to take away a round there on a very weird buy. And now they're looking to get their 13th. They're looking to do even better. Oh, they line up, but Vofa is going to be good for the one with his teammate getting that trade there. AK upgrades all around here for Ashes, and now Critical 5.
Yeah, look at the money.
What do we do?
It's at least a double save for some players. I mean, Gufta can't buy anything. He has to Glock unless he wants to buy up next round. There's also, you know, anything below, you kind of want your money to be 2-5. Then that means it's a full AK, full armor, full util. So anything below that, it's tough. It's very tough, you know. They're gonna have to fully save here. If they opt to buy, it's a double save. It's a save this run and it's a save next round. I reckon, unfortunately, yeah, Critical 5 have to save this round. Just clock it up and try to do something. There we go. And that's what they do there. Otherwise, they won't have the buy potential next round.
But even if he does that, even if, you know, Critical 5, they save this round and they potentially look at saving the next, that's going to be Ashes' match point.
Yeah, that's why they have to Glock this round. This is the only way that they have the potential of buying next round.
Oh, okay.
And an easy little crossfire there for the B players. No one blind. They just had a field day.
There's nothing even I can say at that point, because I mean the flashes were there, but they didn't do their job. You know, yeah. We had at least another player, or even potentially both of them, not completely flash, so they had the opportunity to swing together, spray it down, and just have some fun in the kill feeds at this point. So Ashes, they get on to their 14th round. Critical 5 just being able to buy up there. So a good bit of working on that utility, but now it's that uphill battle once again, and now it's the stakes are even higher, and I can't stress how difficult this must be for Critical 5, because there's no room for error.
Like Astros, you know, they see that Critical 5 take long, so they just take the top control. They push top. They take the full control of top. Get the information, and now they have 4 towards there.
Now they need to take this. If they want any shot of taking this map away from Astres, they need this round. If they lose this, this is the save. This is defending the win from Astres with pistols. And Varolfer starting it out, taking that kill to go after, and there's no response here from Critical 5. They're not in the position. He's just so quick with getting that kill and rotating around, and now his teammates are there to back him up. You've got 4 players already here on this A side to retake it, to defend it, to do whatever needs to be done to take their match points. Ooh! Oh. Finally, Varolfer goes down there with a nasty little one-tap there from Baynant, but will it be enough? It's still a 4-on-4 situation. HP has been traded. He's down to 16 HP. Ooh, Deza's getting burnt out of position. It's a 3-on-4 at this point, and it's honestly looking in favor of Astres. They've opened up the site. They've managed to get into a little bit more of a position. Critical 5, they need to play for time. They need to hold these post plants. They need to be careful with the kills that they're taking and where they're peeking. A little bit of a boost here coming through. Ooh, nice little response there from Clouser. Takes him down, but now the push is on. Ooh, they line up. It's down to Savory in a 1v1 situation. Has to get this round.
And he wins it. Just the retakes
My
are
goodness
just too
gracious.
drunk. Ashes retakes are just too drunk right now. They're just hitting the shots, and players are just trading where they need to. And unfortunately, you know, that player, unfortunately, going all the way back too long, just kind of split the T's up there, unfortunately. You know, it's the gamble you kind of have to take as a T, you know, just to stop that rotation and that lurk from that long area. Oh man, that's tough. That's tough.
It's a good bit of money though. So Critical 5, they're not going to be relegated to pistols this time around. They have the AKs again,
Yeah,
just barely,
but no,
with the trickle of
oh,
utility there.
trickle. One flashbang for the whole round.
Oh, and
Trades.
immediately there's just a numbers advantage for X-Ashes. They've taken down 2. One has been traded, but they've got the information. Sergeant Ross is going to be expecting this push here from Critical 5. He's got his teammate to back him up. The noob cannon is good. Harper takes down Vaynant. And now Blue left in a 1v3 situation, now to a 1v2 as he takes down Zinix. He has the bomb, but his position has been given away. So he has to clutch this out for Critical 5. Well, that's it. That's the map point there for X-Ashes, and we're going into a third. So holding and waiting to see if he can do it. Barrofer holding the cross here with the AWP.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. He hasn't
Needs to
missed.
bait out the
Yeah,
shot.
there we go.
And
There it is,
unfortunately
6
for
and
Critical
8.
5, X-Ashes take the win. But I mean, from a point of X-Ashes, I mean, they just
look
played
more.
such beautiful
Yeah, they
CS.
just look more prepared on this map. Critical 5 just not adapting to the situations that X-Ashes was throwing at them, unfortunately. But yeah, nonetheless, very well played by X-Ashes. Very, very solid T side from them and CT side.
I feel like I called it out for us when I said that we have so much more CS in store for our viewers. And I'm going to say it again. Please, ladies and gentlemen, just wait with us for one moment while we set up for the next and last map. We have a lot more waiting for you, and it's going to be interesting. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on our third map of this final. Somehow, Critical 5 and X Ashes there just giving us a world of entertaining CSGO. So, Sharon, we were talking about it a little bit before the live parts. Tell me, if you were either side, if you're Critical 5 or you're X Ashes, what do you need to do? What do you need to focus on?
Yeah, especially on Inferno, as a CT, you can't sit back and play too passive and let the T's, execute the bomb site. You kind of need to reaggress as CTs and get that information and make sure you rotate your players to the right bomb site. You got to at least have some retake strats there as CTs. You do that odd coffin flash, you do the fanatic take towards B, where you do the smoke half wall, and you do the molly towards the barrels, so you can get more information. Unfortunately, CS has changed. It's not a game where the CTs just sit back and they let the terrorists come towards them. It's kind of like you both need to fish for information. You can't just give control up to either sides.
Absolutely, and like getting that information is vital at this point. We've seen, how Critical 5 definitely could have actually benefited from that if they had just gotten a bit more information. If they had just played a little bit more aggressive, it could have been a different game. But never mind that. We are finally into our last map of this final Inkosi Cup. This has been quite an interesting week 4. And now either team looking to take it need to decide what these sides are going to be. If you're going to be Critical 5, I don't know. It looks like the T side seems to be a little bit better than the CT.
You hold angles. It's not where T's you kind of got to find those picks. With CT's, like, you kind of can just hold an angle and you can have a crossfire with your teammates, so it's a little bit less stressful in a sense. Where T's is you have to set the pace. You have to get that control. You got to make that space for your team. Or where CT's, the objective is just to hold this bomb site, and you kind of wait for the T's.
Well, we've seen Critical 5 on Inferno before, and some individual players were just going absolutely crazy.
Yep.
Multi-kills might be the theme of this last map once again, but we'll see if Critical 5 can continue that sort of pace. They definitely need to do just that if they want to take this away from X-Astros. Both teams looking to get that last map, looking to get that win, looking to get that 1,000 prize pool, with the second team going away with that 500. But ultimately, it's those points getting closer and closer to that Mzansi Esports League. It's definitely where you want to be. But let's focus a little bit more about what's happening in front of us. Right now, X-Astros, they're looking to take a little bit of a waterfall situation here. The flash is through. Doesn't take down Gofta just yet. He's completely visible and aware of what is happening. And that is X-Astros taking down this A site. They have firmly planted the bomb at this point. They have their post plants. And Critical 5 on for the retake immediately. 10 seconds has been all that it needed to be for X-Astros to get the site. Critical 5, they need to have just as a swift response as they can possibly get. And kills left, right, and center, leaving it down to Clouds in a 1v2 situation. He has to find all the players, but there's so many angles to deal with. The crossfire is so good from X-Astros as they take their first round. And with that sort of convincing fashion, now you have to worry a little bit if you're Critical 5.
Yeah,
because you're on the pistol safe.
Exactly, and you know what I said. Pistol round. Unfortunately, there needs to be at least 2 players on the CT side that are dedicated towards util. They half the team, 4 people, I think, bought armor there on the CT side, and they had 1 flash for that retake. If someone just had a flash, a smoke or molly, just prevents less angles for them to hold it. But yeah. Unfortunately.
We'll see how this pans out. Unfortunately, that nade stack there didn't meet any of the players here from Critical 5. They're completely stacked towards A, wanting to take this mid control. So, if those nades went just a little bit further, potentially, hitting the wall there, it might have been a different story. But they're still alive, and they're holding this interesting lane take at this point. We'll have to wait and see what they do with it, because X-Astros, they're just playing their default. The flash is through. And now Critical 5 trying to get a couple of kills here, but they're looking at the wrong angle. Zinix just going to take down 3. The response is not quick enough for Critical 5 here, as players are just flying left, right, and center, getting these kills. Deza last alive, and he's just going to be met with an AK one tap to the face. So again, very quick round here. Unfortunately, Critical 5 though, they're on the pistols, so there's not much that we can expect from them in that regard. And now they're looking to actually get the buy here quite early on.
Nope.
Which is interesting. Okay, we got reset there, so we'll see if they do it.
Nope.
No, we're buying this round.
Did you? Is there a little tick pause? Yeah, it's a little tick pause, I think.
But now, this decision here from Critical 5 to buy up into this round, what do you think about it?
I mean, they have the economy to do it. I mean, their util's not too bad. You know, they have at least 2 mollies, got what, 4 smokes, some nades, some flashes. So it's not a bad buy, you know. But it's tough because Ashes, you know, they opted to second round to buy 4 rifles and only 1 SMG, where a lot of teams would rather get 2 rifles and you know 3 SMGs. So I mean, it's not a bad buy from Critical 5. They're just going to go head to head, unfortunately. But if they lose this round, they are broke and they have to double save yet again.
So potentially this gamble might be what it needs to be for them to take the momentum away from Astres. However, we'll see how it pans out. Once again, just defaults happening, and now Critical 5 in this regard not going to be doing any sort of mid-aggression this time around. Oh, nades left, right, and center. Just touching there the HP of Sergeant Ross, but not a kill. Not too much damage dealt either side, and at this point, Ashes, they've got some good abs control at this point. Looking to get a little bit more, potentially edging towards his A-side take. Bomb still has not yet been recovered or invested into a site just yet. We can see Ashes getting ready for the setup there. Oh, okay, shooting to make sure we don't hear the drop sound. I like that.
Brain plays.
Good bit of timing. And now look at this. Ashes, they've made their presence known towards A. They forced Critical 5 to use a bit of utility on that site. Specifically, and now they're rotating and fully investing into this B-side take.
Yep.
So when they take this, they actually might catch Critical off guard here as they're busy setting up a boost position. So one player is not on site, and now he has to run, or he has to just stick it out here with his teammates.
And that's one
on
smoke
boost position.
Oh, but they they're up to CT. Take CT. Smart.
Wow. Ashes just seeming to have the biggest strat book tonight. I mean, what an interesting take there. Instead,
so diverse with their strats.
Exactly that. They're staying dynamic. They're staying extremely unpredictable here if you're Critical 5. So they had the right idea really with that boost and the molly, but with the smokes going where they were, I'm sure they were also a little bit perturbed as to what's happening. Where's these smokes heading? Why are we having 4 terrorists heading towards our positions explicitly? And now with the save there, I mean, this was a force already. Critical 5, they've lost 3 guns.
Yeah, it's a tough one though as well. Even you playing on boost as a CT, it's such a pre-fire spot now. A lot of T's literally run and pre-fire that angle now. So it's even a tough spot to even sit. Even if the smoke had to come land towards that CT position, it's a big gamble. That boost spot.
This is actually interesting to see because I mean I've seen a lot of Ashes in these last couple of Inkosi Cups, and that's the first time that I've seen that strat. So it's beautiful to see that this development here from Ashes is continually just keeping it up. They're constantly getting new strats. They're constantly changing it up, fixing the mistakes. So they're actively improving in literally just before our eyes, which is great to see, and that's exactly what you need to.
Adapting and just being so dynamic, not becoming stagnant, which a lot of the teams in the Inkosi Cup have done. Just becoming stagnant, and just lots of teams just reading into a lot of the teams because they just do the same things all the time.
And we'll see if that is the case here with Critical 5 and Ashes. Once again, Critical 5, they've actually forced up into the round, so SMGs, quasi-buys galore at this point for Critical 5 once again. They're going up against superior firepower here from Astres. So, I mean, you've got SGs, you've got Galils, you've got AKs and M4s that they have at their disposal. And Critical 5, they need to make sure that they hit their shots. As again, if they lose this is the save round. This is potentially, once again, a massive gap of rounds for Astres, which we saw in that previous map, and then it was just way too difficult for Critical 5 to really catch up because that momentum was so strong. So we'll see if they can put a stop to it this time around. Unfortunately, Blue is not going to be the first to do that as he gets taken out. His teammates are still on site. Oh, we can see this from Gwafta, but the timing is just not good enough. They're doing the damage, so this is possible for Vaynant with this UMP that you seem to love so much. But he's going to have to find the connecting. He's going to find
That's why I don't love it
at this point.
That's why
Oh my goodness gracious. So 1 point for it and 1 point away from the UMP so far from what we've seen. And oh, Far, you're just getting sound cues, man. You're just running around. Critical 5 at this point. Deza left the last man alive. Oh, and he can't connect the shots.
I don't know if Critical 5 just doesn't watch Counter-Strike, but you know, just X-Ash just doing the normal meta of Inferno. You know, taking that banana control, coming back down, leaving one banana, and then taking brackets, which is what every team does in the world. So why are the B players not reaggressing B, then leaving one B and rotate towards A? Like, you know the A hit's coming. You know if they take banana control, they're going to come and take middle. Why are you not getting information middle? Playing so passive, just letting them run into them.
Oh, goodness gracious. We'll have to see if they can learn to just adapt around this. And, I mean, here's an app stake. And once again, within the first couple of seconds, Critical 5 already down to a play with 18 HP. The kills are there. They're going against, you know, pistols against AK, Sabery, and his team are just waiting for it. They're just waiting for Critical 5 to do what they expect of them on this pistol round, which is to aggress. And their response is exactly what it needs to be. They're holding the defaults. They're waiting for Critical 5 to make the mistakes.
Yep.
I don't know what to say here for X-Ashes. Ooh, I will say that for Clouds, though, as he takes down both of their Deagle. So that's a bit of an opening. Ooh, nearly takes down the bomb plant. Potential there from X-Ashes, but their take is going to be exactly what they need to be. The response is there. They're going to wrap through CT here.
I mean,
not really give Gwafta any sort of chance, really.
It's just, again, X-Ash is just playing phenomenal. So it's just reading the situation and adapting on the fly, you know. Clouds are obviously calling, you know, the B player has pushed down towards B, so they hit a little, you know, wrap around CT and they go towards B. Now that CT pushed on banana thinking it was going to be an A, and they're running to a free bomb site. Uncontested. I just feel like X-Ashes are just adapting really well, where Critical 5 are just playing the same old passive holding, not changing it up, not thinking on, you know, on the go and thinking on the fly and just adapting accordingly. It's just, you know, it's very textbooky Counter-Strike.
And at this point, I mean, if you're Critical 5, you need to start worrying about, okay, well, let's take some aggression. But so far from what I've seen for Critical 5, if they do take that aggression, they seem to just, you know, spread apart a little bit too much. So, whereas they might get a kill here and there, they're not in any sort of position to hold that sort of advantage.
Yep.
I like that from X-Ashes, you know, send the player that only has a pistol to go and hunt. So even though he, you know, he gets that free kill onto the low HP player, there's nothing for him in that situation.
Yeah,
there's no chance for him to save because there's nothing to save.
Exactly.
So that just speaks to me how X-Ashes are literally just thinking at every single point.
Just more prepared.
What should we do? Oh, and Critical 5, this gap is starting to get bigger, but now they've finally been able to buy up. Ooh, with this pace here from X-Ashes, though, they are completely invested in this B bomb site take. They've taken down Clouds, they're hunting for Desert. They have the sound cue. He's going to be good for one. Takes down Sergeant Ross, but has to deal with the rest of the, honestly, just a bombardment of X-Ashes players as they take this B bomb site completely and utterly within the first couple of seconds once again. Like, if they choose that aggressive take, as we've seen Critical 5 try and do, they do it completely structured. As we've mentioned, you can't just rush into it. You have to have a plan of action. And they've they've done the work here. They have their dry runs down to a T.
Yeah, you can see they've been dry running it. It's perfect, you know. I mean, even the way they split onto that B bomb site, 2 went around through backstage and then 2 hit the sites. And then made sure that they sandwiched the people on that B bomb site. So that family doesn't have that opportunity to hide behind the box and peek out, you know, at the right time.
We'll see if they can do just that, but I don't know. At this point, Critical 5 definitely they need to rethink something. Call a timeout. Please talk about it.
Yeah, it's
Think about,
just
okay, what's not working? What is working? How can we change it? What do we need to do? Do we need to change sites? Do we need to... It's exactly that. They need to think about that situation where you're
yeah.
talking about information and aggression.
Yeah, it's just too stagnant. Unfortunately, on a map like Inferno, you cannot just sit in one place and just hold. You need to always be getting information so that you can rotate accordingly. It's such a push and pull map that as a CT you need to be, you know, rotating back and forth, finding that information.
Well, we'll see if they can do just that. Again, I don't know what they can do at this point, but they definitely need to change it up. They definitely need to stay dynamic, because if you're going up against a team like X-Astros, that what we've been seeing so far, who have just been time and time again been giving Critical 5 a surprise, really, waiting for them, it's not going to be an easy climb back. 6-0 is our scoreline, and X-Astros looking to do even better. I mean, the flash is so good there, but the timing is not quite there just yet. Clouds are, unfortunately, you know, peeking into two completely blind players there from X-Astros, but in addition to that, they just spray, they hold the angles, and they take it away. So
Yep.
that advantage that they were trying to get for Critical 5, it's just not going to work out, and a player advantage given away instead to X-Astros. So the execute here onto the B bomb site is going to be happening. The bomb is going to be recovered, and once again, X-Astros looking to bombard this B bomb site, but the tempo change that they're choosing to take, exactly
I mean,
that.
look at the beat.
They slow it down.
And they're rotating off.
They
And now
slow
they
it
hit the
down.
bomb
They
site.
just
I mean, plenty. It's just such smart CS. It's not rushing. Just taking your time, playing the brain game, you know. Doing
And I
that
mean, at
push
this
and
point,
pull
they've
perfectly.
exactly that, and they've conditioned Critical 5 to be wary of that initial retake. You know, just immediately rush to get B bomb site. If I don't see anything, it's probably an A.
Yeah.
Because that's what they've been
They're like,
conditioned
yeah,
to
they're
believe.
like, oh my god, there's 30 seconds. They must be going B. There's nothing coming towards B. A. So then they just re-smoke. They use one smoke and then they use another smoke when they actually execute on the bomb side. It's very good CS. Unfortunately, they're just basically outplaying Critical 5 right now, and Critical 5 have no answers for anything that X-Astros is actually throwing at them right now.
It's a little bit daunting, but also just wonderful to watch how quickly X-Astros have actually evolved since I've last seen them. This seems like a completely different team, even from the first map, in all honesty. Like, at that point, you know, we were looking at is this going to be a Critical 5? Is this an X-Astros game? And now you start to wonder, well, that was Critical 5's map pick. It's also quite a gamble of a map pick, and X-Astros were holding, you know, the pace quite well, even though they lost it.
Pick, they won 16-8, so...
And now that momentum, they're just exponentially getting better.
Yeah.
So now the storyline starts to change, and now you start to worry Critical 5. We'll see if Vayner can change that story. He takes down one, but unfortunately cannot convert anymore. Has done quite a bit of damage here with Sabery getting that trade. It's a 4-on-4 situation. X-Astros actually looking to take this A site. They still have to deal with Blue on the site here, who is hiding, who has not a lot of utility and not a lot of space to work with here. X-Astros is hard, clearing all the angles that they need to at this point, making sure that they don't get caught off guard here. But bomb has been dropped. Bomb needs to be recovered. The good flash. Ooh, Varufa. Ooh, just barely
ran out of bullets.
Takes down Cloudzer, but response is good there from Deza as he takes him down, trades it out, and it's a 2-on-2 situation. In terms of HP, Critical 5 had the upper hand. But now bomb's going to be planted. X-Astros, they have the rounds as a buffer. They have 7 rounds ahead of Critical 5, and that means that they can relax. They can think about every single situation. They don't have to worry about this round. You can see Sabery just jumping around, doesn't have to worry about it. Hopper getting that kill onto Guaf. That's the AWP. The AWP dropped. That is Deza's last possible chance for this retake, and you can see it. It's sort of just a last-ditch effort. Throw the flash, just get out of there. I mean, what can you do in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, just... Again, X-Astros is playing phenomenal CS. You know, I'm going to keep saying it because, unfortunately, Critical 5 just don't have an answer, and just changing the pace up yet again, doing that mouse rat onto that A bomb site where you smoke off connector, you smoke off library, and then you do a smoke towards grave, that it blocks off pits so they can wrap around the site and they can basically sandwich, people that are on site and people that are in pit. So it's very well played by X Ashes. Just, unfortunately, Critical 5 have no answers for what they are throwing at them right now. It just feels like X Ashes are just the more prepared team right now for tonight's game. They have a variety of strats where, Critical 5 it just becomes very stagnant. It's like, okay, we've done our whatever our 4 strats that we have in our books, and now it's like we don't know what to do now. Or they don't have. It doesn't look like they have any CT retake strats. Trying to get that control when there's 30 seconds left. What's the plan? Do we peek? Do we get that information? Do we peek middle? See if anyone's in brackets? Because if no, obviously if no one's in bracket, then they're going to hit a B. Or if no one's in banana, then they're going to hit an A. So just Critical 5 unfortunately just not getting any information. So by the time X Ashes is executing onto a bomb site, they just don't have the numbers, or they just don't have the right timing. It's unfortunately, got to do your homework.
And X Ashes, I mean, they've got a full bag of tricks, and they just seem to be keeping it even fuller as they just pull out another one and another one, and they constantly keep it a surprising time of events, because they always have an answer for Critical 5 at this rate. And as you mentioned, potentially it's just not enough homework, it's maybe not enough experience. We have no idea what the factor is at this point, but Critical 5 definitely need to give us a little bit more if they want to take this away from X Ashes, because at this point look at the scoreline.
Yeah.
It's enough to give you a good indication there. CS:GO timing at its finest. Volfer is going to get out of it just. And now Gofter, unfortunately, is not going to be able to take that initial entry, take that initial numbers advantage, because timing is a beautiful thing. But Critical 5 expanding and expending actually some of that utility to try and deter X Ashes at this point. They have to open it up. And for them, I mean, Clouds is taking damage. You've got players that are just getting pushed back and not getting the entries that you would expect them, because they're not in the position to. X Ashes, you've got to play. Oh my goodness gracious, I don't even know how that happened. Hopper takes down the AWP. Guaf, headshot to the face. Just, you can't do anything else really. And now that initial advantage that Critical 5 are looking to get is completely taken away from them and actually given to X Ashes. They've taken down a player. Ooh, nice little response there from Cloudzer with a headshot of his own onto Volfer. I think he would have spotted out the bomb there, so you can see this rotation now here from both teams. Vaynard's going to be good to take down Sabre. He has done quite a bit of damage, can take down Zinix, and he does just that. Finally, Critical 5 looking to take this round. They're on a 4v2 now, and X Ashes have no choice. They have 10 seconds left on the round. They have to open up the site. They have to plant the bomb. There's not enough time. And now, Sergeant Ross, you need to save. You need to stay alive. There's not enough time to plant the bomb at this point. And Critical 5 finally taking their first
get around.
round.
But that's saying that they played that round very well, Nothing was happening in banana, and then they took the banana control. They flashed towards into banana. They got the top banana control. They saw that nothing was happening. Then one rotated towards A. Then they had the numbers towards A. And then it puts, X Asterisk in a bit of a pickle. They were like, do we go back B? Do we execute on A? So that's what Critical 5 need to keep doing. Getting that information and rotating your players.
Well, they still have a round. They still have a couple of rounds actually to go. So this is definitely not over, but we'll see if Critical 5 have potentially something else to show us at this point. And they need to stop the momentum here from X Astros, unfortunately for them. However, X Astros definitely have the economy. Ooh, there we go. Clouds takes down Folfer, but responses from Sergeant Ross is good enough to immediately make sure that there's a trade. Oh, hello, chicken. How are you doing? Now, here from Critical 5, it's a 4-on-4 situation. They've done a little bit of damage there onto Sergeant Ross. They have a bit of information, but ultimately the bomb has not yet been spotted. Still trying to play this passively as they need to figure out what exactly X Astros is planning. Once again, you've seen this. The mind games coming out from X Astros has been quite a sight to see.
Yep.
So we'll see if they can do it once again. 3 players here towards this app position. Sergeant Ross going to be the first to try and just peek out, etching towards this A-side tech with the bomb. Going to flash in his teammates instead, and they're going to be holding that distraction there quite nicely. Ultimately, Blue coming out on top takes down 2, getting traded there by Sergeant Ross, leaves this down to a 2v2 situation. Bomb once again going to get planted. Quafter and Deza on this retake. And here is where we see it. They've got a bit of utility, literally a bit being 1 molly and a flash going through, trying to open up the site. Sergeant Ross finally taking down Deza.
Finishing. They have no idea where Hopper is now. Just playing it so smart, not even peeking.
Not giving his position away whatsoever, and finally getting the headshot there onto Guaf.
That's what Critical 5 need to do more as T's. You know, they always wanted to fight, where in that case, you know, Sergeant Rush just taking the points of, you know, fire, you know, and the CTs only know where he is. They had no idea where Hopper was. Hopper just playing smart, relaxing, letting Sergeant Rush just take all the fire, and then, you know, peeks out at the right time, and the round goes towards Exashus.
So I mean, at this point, we don't know what the reason is behind Critical 5, because we've seen them before on Inferno. They definitely have that capability. I mean, we've seen Baynard, you know, fragging like a crazy man. The same with pretty much every single player on the side of Critical 5. But at this point, I don't think they're really just getting into that position. They're struggling to catch Exastras.
Yeah, well, like I said, you know, on the map where we saw them playing it took someone going absolutely huge that round in order for them to get around, you know. Someone had to get a 4K, or someone had to get a double spray through a smoke in order to win a round. Where now you're playing against a better team where everyone performs.
Ooh, and Clouds are looking to do just that as he takes down Volfer, but it's Deagles up against Rifles. On paper, this is 100% an X-Astra's round, and in terms of what we've been seeing so far, I would guarantee that. Clouds, Gwafter, I mean, these... I just wanted to say that we've seen Gwafter do some crazy things.
Dirty shots.
My goodness gracious, these pistols tonight have been phenomenal.
Yeah, scary stuff.
Absolutely, but I'm wondering now for Critical 5. I mean, this is the way that their CT side is going. We have no idea, you know, what happens as soon as they switch side. X-Astras have been staying dynamic on this T side. You can see that they've got such good, you know, sort of just bag of tricks, really, that they can pull out any sort of time. They're adapting on the fly, as you've mentioned, to whatever scenario Critical 5 are putting them in.
Yeah.
And on that CT side, if they continue to take that aggression, I think it will be an interesting one. But we've seen what Critical 5 can do.
Critical 5 are waking up. They are, you know, taking that banana control and not giving it to them for free. I feel like the A players are still a little bit stagnant. They need to, you know, play more aggressive, you know, in the middle, just flash. Maybe, you know, do that second mid flash and let someone jump peek, you know, across balcony just to see what's happening, just to get that initial information. They're not getting enough information, so they're just getting bombarded, you know, when X-Ashes ups the tempo. They have no idea what's coming for them.
And especially with the the last minute, you know, strat change up that they're doing, it's wonderful to see. But I'm hoping Critical 5 can catch it up. I'm hoping these players start playing out of their mind.
Here it comes.
As you mentioned.
Oh no.
The change of pace once again for X-Astras, and you can see this Critical 5, they're edging towards taking this aggression, as we mentioned, but the timing is just slightly off, to the point where, I mean, there are peaks, there are kills, you know, getting traded once in a while, but I mean, there's a perfect example. Exactly.
But then again,
and Savory waiting for it, teammates waiting to take back that aggression. It's just not working out.
But also, you're playing a team that you can just see they're just so well oiled right now. Like, they're just on the same page. You can't be dry peeking. You need a flash to peek. You need them to be blind in order to kill them, because they are holding every angle. They are expecting you to come through a smoke. They're expecting you to you know, try sneak behind them. They just had every angle, you know, covered there.
It's potentially just all the dry runs that they've done, and They've definitely evolved over the last couple of weeks from what we've seen them. And now, look at this. Once again, tempo change, but this time it's towards this A site. Hopper opening it up. Guap looking to just give them a little bit of a defense here as he takes down Zenix, but ultimately getting traded there by Hopper. And once again, we've got a 3-on-4 retake here. HP is quite low on Savory and Sergeant Ross, but they need to check their corners because Varolfa is being a thorn in their side. Ultimately, look at this Vaynant.
Okay.
My goodness gracious, with the Deagle takes down 2 and both sides looking very, very low. This retake is possible, but they need to be very careful. Either side can go down with just one bullet connecting, potentially just one nade hitting the right spot. And Critical 5, they definitely have the utility there. Oh, that Molly's going to force Savory out of position. Vaynard getting that last kill on his third at the moment, leaving it down to Desla in a 1v1 situation. Has to find Sergeant Ross. Gets it. Time. Do we have a kit? We do not.
No kit.
So unfortunately, I mean, after all the work that they've just done for that, that's going to be the top round for X-Ashes.
Oh, and he dies. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I just love the way X-Ash was changing up the pace. You know, they kept going banana. It's like taking banana control. And then that one round, they sent 3 towards banana to try win the control back. But then they immediately just hit a fast straight up middle. And then it leaves 2 CTs against 5, 5 terrorists. I mean, they're just playing the brain game. They're just out-reading Critical 5 right now.
This half is starting to close up a lot sooner than what I would think it would be because, I mean, you've seen Critical 5. They have such amazing players, but...
I mean...
Savory, can you just stop for 1 second? My goodness gracious, I'm trying to talk up Critical 5 here. But... understandably, this scoreline doesn't represent it that well, but we've seen what they can do on Vertigo.
Yeah,
we've seen what they did on Dust, but it's starting to now show that point of a roster against another roster that has potentially been together a lot longer than what Critical 5 has. So the difference in experience together is starting to show. I mean, nice little response there from Cloudser. I like the use of the Mag 7.
Like I said, you can just see it's just different, experience. Like you say, it comes into play. X-Ash is just reading the economy and knowing that Critical 5 are on, a pistol safe. So they just sent Savory with the Mac 10. He was the scout. He did his job. He literally W'd all the way down apps, got 2, jumped into A, got another one. And it was just like, cool. Like, I've done my job for the round. And it's just, reading your opponents the right way that you're supposed to.
So now, I mean, the setup here from Critical 5, they've got a double AWP setup trying to just stop X-Ashes here, but Varolfa going to start us off and take down that one of those AWPs with a good response there from Vaynant. As he takes down Sergeant Ross, evens it out. But now it has to hold this for Critical 5. If they want a second round, just a little bit of an extra buffer going into this next half, which I really want to see. I want to see them come back from this.
Yep.
They definitely need to just make sure that they don't give anything away this time.
Yeah, it looks like X-Ashes are going to retake this banana because they know that, they've left one person towards this B bomb site. See, they're gathering up. Now they're going to execute towards the B, but there's rotations coming through from Critical 5.
And now we'll see if X-Ashes can take it away from them instead. Last round of the half. Either side wants to take it. If it's X-Ashes, they're going to get their 14th round, which just makes that second half all that much sweeter. That just gives you so much room for error. If at all there is any. But for Critical 5, they want to stay in this.
Look at this back and forth. Oh, man.
Yeah. They're just pulling information. They're just pulling focus away from Critical 5. So, Blue, you're left alone at this point. You need to hold your position. You need to take down 2. He's good for 1. Swings and takes down Savory. So this is an opening. Actually gets the 3rd. Eventually getting mollied out. So now Varolfa getting a shot in the back there. Beautiful round there from Blue.
By Blue, yeah. He did what he needed to do, and he did even extra that round. Even if he just took out 2. But he landed up taking 3 and, still staying alive and giving time for Deezer to rotate from that B-bomb side and obviously kill the last player in the back there, not expecting him to come through the smoke.
So that's a good bit of individual play here from Critical 5. But now we're talking about this uphill battle, pretty much what it feels like this entire map. But now
Yep.
it definitely is the case. I mean, they they have 2 rounds as a buffer at this point. Whereas X Astros, they just need another 3.
Yep.
3 mistakes from Critical 5 could end up being the win here from X Astros. So going into what is the 16th round, what is the first round of this half? Critical 5 looking to take this, looking to stay in this and potentially get their first win in this Inkosi Cup for their debut. Oh, and they're doing pretty well at that. But Sergeant Ross blindly taking down 2. So eventually the response there is from Guafta. But with the flank here from Hopper and Zinix, we'll see if they can do anything else from it as Critical 5 take that B bomb site. They plant the bomb. They get into a good position here. X Astros now on the retake. Going to see if they can find these opening frags here. Critical 5 definitely not going to be giving them anything for free. We can see just playing around with the peek there. But Zenix with that one tap takes down Vaynard. That was insane. And now Hopper with that kit this time around is going to hold that defuse. Oh, Zenix, let's go.
Zenix just hitting the shots. Mate. Oh, X Ashes are just steamrolling now. It feels like every player is just feeling it and just hitting the shots. I mean, Critical 5. I mean, they were in good positions and you know they had the advantage there, but Zenix just hitting those shots, man.
One tap
what
after one tap.
You can't stop that. You know, when someone's hitting things like that, he needs to be
the same
blind.
situation
Then
can be said for Sergeant Ross.
Yeah.
Sergeant Ross literally was blind and he took down 2. And now look at this nade here, putting Guafta and Vaynard down to 12 and 19 HP respectively, ultimately making this B bomb site tech quite difficult. You have SMGs and Galils, but ultimately your HP is much lower. So with the gun advantage, as we can see, the Molly's just doing what they need to do. Guaf, I mean, you don't have any sort of situation there where you're going to win that. Looking, unfortunately, in the wrong place, but I mean, you also have 12 HP to work with. So Clouds are jumping in, hopping into what is the 15th round here for X Astros, looking for that final win as they secure match point.
Yeah, just that util, just spot on. But X Astros, you know, expecting that B rush and just throwing the nade. I mean, one nade taking, well, 2 nades, should I say, taking 2 people towards lower than 20 HP. And then the perfect molly so that the players can't even cross onto the bomb site. So, yeah, it was well played there.
Beautiful utility coming out here from X Astros. So now, once again, they're on the aggressive here. Hopper with that UMP, the gun that you love so much, actually taking down 2. With a trade there of 17 HP, so he is low. So I mean, the Bison, the Deagle, the SSG here from Critical 5 might actually be enough to take them through. I love the Bison; it's a fun one. Oh, here we go. Clouds are going to be the first to take it, trying to find that kill there with the Deagle. We've seen what he can do with that before, but now Sergeant Ross is going to give his teammates time to rotate around, which is in the form of Hopper. That's 17 HP we were talking about. So if Critical 5 find the right players at the right time, they might be able to take this. But Sergeant Ross taking down 2, leaving it all down to Deza. Only with an SSG trying to stop it. And I mean, Sergeant Ross just finishing it off with a beautiful headshot. My goodness gracious. So you tell me. You're the big brains here.
Yeah, I mean, just very well played by X Astros. That map, they just obviously did their homework. They had different strats, different executes. They had fast executes. They had, you know, default holds. And just Critical 5, you can just see just not as educated as X Astros is on that map. You know, just X Astros just stream rolling and calling the right calls. Whoever the IGL was read the game very, very well, and he did phenomenal.
So ultimately, Critical 5, X Astros, they've given us a beautiful night of CS. Honestly, this final was quite entertaining to watch. X Astros, however, going to be going away with once again a win. So far, I mean, they're already on 18 points.
Yeah, they're racking those points, man.
They're racking the points up. Absolutely, you know, looking great. And in terms of the leaderboard specifically, let's look at it. Let's talk about it. So My goodness gracious. So this is obviously now not considering what we've just seen tonight. So this is not including the results from this week of Inkosi Cup. But as we've mentioned, Ex Astros, 18 points with
Well,
the
they get
second,
another
fair
3 now,
gaming.
right? For 1.
They I think they'll actually get more than that because they got 2 wins.
Okay.
Remember, this was the final.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
played their
So they get
semi-final.
6. Plus 6 there. Okay.
Quick maths, Shaz. Quick maths.
Okay.
So honestly, running away with it. But I mean, it's a beautiful introduction there into Critical 5. I mean, this was their debut into Inkosi Super Cup.
Yeah.
And it's going to be an interesting one. So honestly, I'm excited to see what's going to be coming next in a couple of weeks of Inkosi Cup. Once again, just to remind those of you watching, this is a weekly cup, and we're talking about 1,500 per week. And in addition to that, the points that you've just seen, this is ultimately going to be for that promotion relegation match for the bottom 2 of the Mzansi Esports League. So that's that combined prize pool of 1 million rand, which is where you want to be. It's playing against the giants of CSGO, and with the Counter-Strike that we're seeing tonight, I can see why Ex Astros are looking so deserving of that with that 24 points lead at this point. I mean, it's going to be a fun one to see where they end up, especially if they continue evolving. And with the other teams coming in at this point, I mean, Critical 5 to name one, some of the teams that we've seen so far, really potential is shown. And for you, Shaz, is there any moments that you specifically want to focus on before we head off?
I want to focus on moments. No, just want to say really well played to Ex Astros. You know, you guys, obviously, we can see that you guys have done your homework both on Dust 2 and Inferno. Vertigo, obviously, I don't blame you. No one plays Vertigo. That bad. So it's forgiven. It's fine. I would have probably done the same. But yeah, very well played to them. You know, they played very clinical CS, read the game very well, and played very well as a team. Very, very synergized and on the same page, and very smart CS as well. Very disciplined too.
It's
Critical
amazing
5, gotta keep grinding. You know, like Esmir said, you know, this was your first debut into the Inkosi Cup, so just keep grinding. You know, do your homework, watch those demos, and focus more on dry running. Focus less on like aim, because everyone can aim. Everyone's got good aim. Focus more on your team synergy and your team strats, and you know, obviously getting that right and reading the game better. Yeah.
Especially from what we've seen. The potential is there. Critical 5, especially on Vertigo, it was an interesting game to watch. And once again, as you said, you know, keep grinding. And for the rest of the teams there listening out to this, if you see this, please sign up for the Inkosi Super Cup. This is a beautiful chance to get some experience as a team. And also, I mean, you're playing for money here. Critical 5, they're going to be going home with $500 in their pocket.
I see XD in the leaderboard. Where are they? Where are they tonight? XD.
They were their previous.
Come, XD. You got a strong lineup there. Come.
They took the win in their first debut, and now they just need to come back because, as you can see, Ex Astros just leading the leaderboard at this point because they've been so consistent in signing up.
Exactly, but I mean, XD have the potential to do it. I mean, they're doing phenomenally in other leagues. I mean, they took maps off Energy. They took maps off DNMK. I mean, this is their time as well to get into the Mzansi because they didn't qualify, unfortunately, for the main Mzansi. So, I mean, come XD, we're ready. Where you at?
So Shaz has just added the whole of XD and she's waiting for them. So for those of you, again, who are watching, get your teams to sign up. Yeah, get your other boys to sign up. Get them to play. And
let's go, Ash. Let's go, boys.
So ultimately, the review of tonight was beautiful CS from other side, ultimately taking us to three maps. Overtime was there. Shaz, you were great. It was fun to see you here once again on the Inkosi Cup side of things. And for those of you watching, thank you so much for joining us. And we'll hopefully see you next time. But ultimately, have a good one. And thank you for joining.
Bye.